so, yeah. I'm guessing. Check. Good afternoon, Mix 96.1. All right, about 8 minutes away, I think. I think because I think there's going to be a couple of senior acknowledgments. It is senior day. So I think they'll probably do that before the anthems. With the anthem, but we'll find out. Alright, looks like they're going to do senior recognitions now. They stopped the warm-up clock at 5 minutes. So once they resume, we'll be able to give you a better idea of how close we are to game time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, please direct your attention to center court and join us as we honor the SUNY Potsdam women's basketball class of 2022. Potsdam's lone senior this season is Allison Crosby. Allison is a psychology and speech communications major. She has given the Bears a very physical presence inside this season. A Briar Hill native, she started all 20 games she's played this season, averaging 6.6 points per game and 7.3 rebounds per game. She leads the team in block shots with 15 and has totaled 20 assists, 11 steals, and 145 rebounds. Allison scored a career-high 21 points in a 59-56 win over Morrisville State on November 23rd. Here's what Coach Cohen has to say about Allison Crosby. Allie has been a wonderful addition to our program for the short time that she has been here. Her incredible work ethic and her bubbly personality have been a welcome addition to our Potsdam Bear family. To date, Allie has amassed 814 points and 739 rebounds in just 3 seasons of play. Allie girl, you will be missed dearly by all of us. We wish you nothing but happiness and success in your future endeavors. You will always have a place in our gym and in our hearts. Once a Bear, always a Bear. Illy. Today she is accompanied by her mom and dad, Shalene and Frank Crosby, her grandma, Christina Dillon, her sister, Olivia Crosby, and her nephew, Weston. Ladies and gentlemen, Allison Crosby, your SUNY Potsdam Bears class of 2022.
All right, 5 more minutes of warm-up, and then we'll be able to get into it pretty soon. All right, Todd, hang tight. We're getting close. Again, as usual, I'll give you a 30-second cue. That'll be 30 seconds until billboard. We'll roll it from there. Second countdown in 3, 2, 1, mark. 30 seconds to billboard. Seconds to billboard. 15. 10. 5. 2, 1, and roll it, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Jerry Walsh Gymnasium here at SUNY Potsdam's Maxey Hall for Senior Day. These are the final regular season home games for the Potsdam Bears basketball teams, and they'll be taking on the squads from SUNY Geneseo here this afternoon. And women's action up first between the Bears and the Knights. The Knights check in with an overall mark of 14-8. They are 10-5 in conference, picking up their 10th conference win in a nail-biter at Plattsburgh last night, 65-62. Meanwhile, the Bears were coming from way behind after a horrendous and disappointing first quarter, found themselves down by as many as 16 points, but rallied for the win over their opponents from Brockport to improve their overall record to 12-9, and they are at 7-8 in conference play. SUNYAC standings look like this. Cortland, New Paltz, Geneseo atop the standings have all clinched playoff berths. Buffalo State follows Geneseo at 9-5. Then is Oneonta at 8-7. The Bears are a full game behind them at 7-8. And of course, those two teams will be hooking up next weekend in the final SUNYAC regular season weekend. Top 4 teams get home playoff berths. Don't know if Potsdam's not certainly eliminated from contention in that regard, but they are going to have to essentially win on out here, one would think. A good opportunity to start with here today to try to exact some revenge on this Geneseo team, which defeated the Bears 67-46. Back on January 28th. For Geneseo in that game, their big quarter was their second quarter in which they outscored the Bears 26-15. Bears led in that game by 13 points from Jakia Howard. Tops amongst 3 players in double figures for Geneseo was Kylie Snow with 15. Getting the starting nods here this afternoon for Geneseo will be Kylie Snow. She's a sophomore 6-foot guard from Whitesboro. Taylor Hansen, a 5'9 junior guard from Norwich. Hannah Stockman, a 5'10 junior guard from Northport. And then the challenge in the middle will be Lauren Ramito, the junior 6'3 from Hauppauge. And the 5th starter is the 5'11 sophomore Carrie Denon, also from Northport, New York. So certainly some length from this Geneseo team. That'll be matched up by the Bears with Diamond Hunter, Madison McCormick, Jakia Howard, Caroline LaFountain, and the lone senior on the team this year, Allison Crosby, who transferred in here. And she's going to be a one-and-done player here as she'll be finishing up despite just 3 years having been played. We are underway. Also want to give props to Devin Elliott, who has a poster up on the end wall. Devin not able to play this year. Had a pretty serious injury, I think, before the season started, so we have not seen her at all this year, but she was certainly a key contributor and a key factor in opening up the Bears' resurgence on the hard court. And they're certainly going to miss her. They already do. But we're underway here as Geneseo works patiently for the opening basket from Taylor Hansen. 2-0 Bears first possession. Jakia Howard with space down the left side. And Jakia, nice to see her getting established here early on. Romito went to her right. Jakia went to the left with a left-hand lay-in, and we're tied at 2. What a night of basketball it was last night. Emotionally charged from 5:30 until about 10 o'clock between the two games. Geneseo working the ball here, running a spread offense as they work it to the right corner for Hansen. Hansen's going to drive baseline, kicks it out here. Here's a pull-up, and it's going to be a shot clock violation. Shot from Carrie Denon didn't hit the rim anyway, and it came as time was expiring on the shot clock. So Potsdam with a second possession and a bucket here puts them in the lead for the first time. We are a minute and a half into our contest here this afternoon. Caroline LaFountain for Madison McCormick. McCormick looking for an opening for 3. She's going to go to Diamond Hunter instead. Now it's over for LaFountain. Backing her way in. Now she's going to drive all the way in, put it up a little bit too strong. Ramito the rebound for Geneseo. Knights on the move here with Kylie Snow. Snow, pretty good ball handler. She's going to go all the way in. Missed the lay-in. Weak side rebound. The putback will not go. And there's Allison Crosby with a rebound for Potsdam. Up ahead quickly now for Madison McCormick. And the drop back pass to Diamond Hunter, who will set up the half-court offense. Look to use the pick here. Swings it toward the right corner. That's where LaFountain is. Howard calling for it. It's going to be LaFountain pulling up. Mid-range jumper just off the iron. And the rebound sent ahead from Snow up to Hansen. Hansen puts it across. Outside it'll go. Catch and shoot for 3, and it's good for Kylie Snow. 5-2 Geneseo. Madison McCormick getting close to the end of her first season in a Bears uniform. As Jakia Howard is left wide open, 18-footer will miss a little bit short. And Geneseo runs it back down the floor with Taylor Hansen all the way to the hoop and scoring it. So that will be 5 straight points from Geneseo to open up a 7-2 advantage. Bears were down huge in their game last night. Couldn't find a basket in the first quarter, it seemed. Let's see if they can keep this game close against a pretty good, but still relatively young Geneseo team as Diamond Hunter pops a 3. That falls off no good. Rebound for Snow. Kiley pushes to an open player underneath. Here's the little scoop shot. That'll fall off. No good. Out of bounds. Last touch by Crosby. Couldn't secure that rebound. Geneseo first to the bench for Megan Roll. 6'1" senior from Valley Central in Montgomery. And also Mackenzie Rigel, first-year player from Batavia. Geneseo, which pretty much dominated the SUNYAC more often than not for several years running. In third place right now, a healthy 10-5 mark in league play. And certainly they do pose some size challenges against any team. Their overall length inbounded for Snow. Snow will gun it to the right wing. Near the corner is Rigel. Back for Snow. Rigel again. Rigel top of the key. Down low. Turn of the basket and score. Well executed. And a finish by Megan Roll. 4 minutes in. 9-2 Geneseo. McCormick hands it off. Jakia Howard. Howard now for Crosby. Turns it up. Will not fall, but Allison's going to be shooting free throws. Allison Crosby, like many players throughout the country, with another year of eligibility after the lost season last year, especially in the Division III ranks. Crosby missing her first. But academically, I'm sure she's right at the spot where she wants to be after 4 years of school. Up. And no good. Crosby misses them both, and the Bears are stuck on 2. Pull up in the lane, not there. Outside, the Knights will work it for Roll. Roll now to Rigel. Rigel kicks it out. Snow driving, almost walked with it. Ball poked away, and we're going to get Madison McCormick with the game's first foul, or at least Potsdam's first foul. Trying to poke that ball away from behind. Gets called on the personal. 20 on the shot clock. Here's Rigel. Top of the key. Left side goes to pass. Short dribble along the arc. Working well on the outside. Teeing up the 3 and airmailing it out of bounds will be Rigel. And that's a turnover to the Bears as Bella Barnard checks in. For the first time here this afternoon, Jakia Howard will take her first break. No doubt Jakia will be back. Kelly McLaughlin in for Geneseo. Another Northport, New York product. This one a 5'8" sophomore at the guard position. Potsdam ball down by 7. Trying to get the scoring attack going here this afternoon. Here's McCormick left open for a 3. Wide right. Rebound for Carrie Denon. On the move is Rigel. Rigel gets by 1 and looked like maybe the Bears had blocked it, but one of them is going to get called on the foul. Kind of a pick-em right there, as there were 3 Bears in the neighborhood. Timeout called here by Geneseo with 4:52 to play in the opening quarter. Geneseo 9 and Potsdam 2. Geneseo with some free throws coming up following the personal foul committed by Caroline LaFountain. Men's game scheduled for 4 o'clock. And in between now and then, Potsdam Bears women's hockey will be underway at about 3 o'clock from the Ron Stafford Arena in Plattsburgh. The nationally ranked, as always, Plattsburgh Cardinals putting up 5 in the first period last night en route to an 8-3 victory over the Potsdam Bears. They'll get after it once again. Potsdam Bears men falling at home last night to travel partner Plattsburgh. And they are off tonight as well. Next week is when we'll be finishing up our regular season broadcast schedule and be finishing up our broadcast schedule in general, barring any home playoff appearances from either or both of these basketball teams. They're neither one in position as yet to be hosting a home playoff game. With now next weekend's 2 games plus the remainder of this afternoon's action to go. At the line is Mackenzie Rigel. Rigel, the southpaw, puts up the first one short. 4:52 on the first quarter clock. Rigel's second try is up. And it is also no good, but they get the offensive rebound. Tapped down to Rigel. Outside it'll go. Second chance possession here for Kelly McLaughlin. Down low, inside out. Rigel goes to the corner. Gunned underneath. Pitch to the wing. Left corner baseline. Drive by Stockman. Sends it out. Shot clock winding down out of the right corner. They're going to get a shot up. Just barely they do. And it falls off no good. And then following through and committing the foul after the miss is Megan Roll. Team fouls even at 2 apiece now. And it's Potsdam ball. Geneseo, clearly, it would seem, trying to slow down the pace of this game. They keep running the shot clock way down as inside goes McCormick missing. Gets her own miss outside. McCormick back in the left wing corner, gathers it in, and throws it away. Picked off by Carrie Denon. Geneseo with a 9-2 lead on the run. Catch and shoot for 3. It is good from Kelly McLaughlin. 12-2 Geneseo. Potsdam with the ball, a handoff from McCormick back over now on the near side for Diamond Hunter. Hunter tried to give it on the give and go to Crosby, and then a foul on the baseline created by Caroline LaFountain, who will come out. I think that was a foul against Geneseo, was it not? Or just knocked out of play? I guess just knocked out of play. Bears trying to battle back from an early 12-2 deficit. Diamond Hunter will track down the inbounds pass now with 12 to shoot. Diamond, she's trying to go all the way in. Gives it to Zyel Bradford out of the left corner. There, 3 will not hit. Tracked down now by Madison McCormick. Bears reset with another chance. Inside it will go. Outside, left corner for Barner to Crosby. Crosby in the lane, drives, gets by and scores. And Allison Crosby has all 4 Potsdam points. They trail by 8. Here's Mackenzie Rigel. For Denon back to Rigel. Rigel bottled up, gets rid of it, off to the wing for 3. That one is off the back rim, no good from Stockman. And an offensive rebound here and another Potsdam foul. Back in comes Lauren Ramito. That'll be team foul number 3 on the Bears. Same on the other side. And in fact, it was a foul before against Hannah Stockman, I think. Into the corner, left side. Down low, Ramito. She walked with the ball against Crosby. Back over to the Bears. It shall go. Potsdam trailing 12-4. Hand off to Diamond Hunter. Now for Bradford. Back to Diamond. Calling for it is McCormick. Swings it into the corner. Back for McCormick. She's open. Doesn't want the shot. They're going to go down low. All kinds of contact. And then the ball knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Potsdam as they were looking to drive Crosby to the basket against Ramito. 9 to shoot. Inbound at Bradford in the corner. Back for Bradford. She'll tee up a 3, and that just falls off. No good. No real rotation on that ball. It was pretty much on line, but it pops off the rim inside. Still down 12-4 are the Bears defending against the Geneseo Knights with McLaughlin and Stockman playing catch out front. Pass across, out of bounds. In behind Stockman. And Bears stepped up defensively and kind of forced that errant pass. So another turnover, giving it back to the Bears. Let's see if they can make good on this possession. As Michaela Shipley checks in for Potsdam now. Another solid freshman here who's going to be, I think, a hot commodity here for the Potsdam Bears in years to come. Just a well-schooled, well-trained young player. Here's Shipley, dribble penetration outside for McCormick for three. Still won't drop for her. Bears outside shooting, not hitting. Down 12-4. Geneseo in the pickoff by Shipley. Shipley sends it ahead for McCormick in the clear. Madison up and in. Bears down 12-6 now, and they're doing it with defense. Shipley, fresh onto the floor, getting that steal and sending it ahead for McCormick. Roll. Gets it back. Fakes from 17, sends it outside. Wide open three is good for Hannah Stockman. And a mini run of 4 points from the Bears is quelled by that three-pointer by Stockman. 15-6. The Knights are up here in Potsdam this afternoon. Final regular season home games. Basketball teams will finish on the road at Oneonta and New Paltz next weekend. Here's Barner, catch and shoot for three. That looked offline as it left her hand, but had a nice little hook to it. And Bella Barner has the three. 15-9, Bears back within 6. Final 15 seconds now of the opening quarter. With the shot clock off, this is Stockman. Out now for Hansen. Hansen pitches to the corner. 5 into the paint. The drive up, no good. It falls off. Barner with the rebound. And McCormick's not going to get the half-court heave off here. And that was a similar look to what she was able to do just before halftime last night on this side of the floor. And didn't quite have the time to get into a good shooting spot right there. 1 quarter in the books, and Geneseo has outscored the Potsdam Bears 15-9 over the first 10 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to get some updates from Plattsburgh, where Brockport is playing there this afternoon. And there we go, Brockport with a pretty healthy lead. They're up 14-6 at Plattsburgh late in the first quarter. Plattsburgh took Geneseo to the wire last night before pulling away late, and I misspoke. I think that 65-62 was actually the men's score for Geneseo, a narrow win at Plattsburgh, but the women's game was really close all the way through until the very end. I think Geneseo ended up by 9 points or something in the end. Women's hockey coming up at 3 o'clock, Potsdam at Plattsburgh. Back end of their 2-game visit to the Champlain Valley. And of course the men's game between Potsdam and Geneseo set for 4 o'clock here on this floor. A decent little crowd here on hand for the first game. Hopefully the fans will continue to file on in here. And there's Potsdam Bears men's hockey head coach checking in to cheer on the Potsdam faithful. Potsdam ball to open up the second quarter. Here is Cotter. She's going to be called on a walk, trying to back her way in against Ramito. Had a nice step there, but it was actually 2 steps before she put the ball down the floor. Geneseo 15, Potsdam 9. For the Knights, their first possession of this second quarter. Keeping on the outside against the 2-3 zone. Ball poked away. And credit that knock away to Jenna Cotter. Back come the Bears. Geneseo hustles back. Here's a pass over for LaFountain. LaFountain steps into a long 2, no good. Rebound loose on the floor. Touched briefly by Cotter. But Geneseo will be up with it down to the right side for Snow. Snow waits on the left side. Pass will go in her general direction now for Hansen. Outside, here's a shot from Stockman. That's no good. Cotter the rebound and the quick outlet for Diamond Hunter. Up ahead, one-on-one. Goes LaFountain. Tough angle shot, but she leans it in anyway. Caroline LaFountain pulls the Bears within 4 at 15-11. Potsdam having some luck with this 2-3 zone. Sneaking underneath, though, and scoring against it is Megan Roll to make it 17-11 Knights. Diamond Hunter hits Shipley, springing up down low, too high. The pass for Cotter, and out of bounds. Bears turn it over. Knights back to the bench for Mackenzie Rigel, her return. The 5'7" first-year player out of Batavia. Bears force another turnover. Here comes Shipley, and ball poked out of her hands. Keep it with the Bears. Shipley showing that she has really good vision. Well, she's already credited with the steal, or should be anyway. And she pokes that one away too. Here's Diamond Hunter. Lobs it down low. Wide open. Cotter there. The turn and finish. Nice assist for Diamond Hunter. Bears down 4 again. 8 minutes to play in the first half. Bears full court trap. Bottle up and they get out of it. Up ahead for Hansen. Hansen pulls up and scores short range. And the Bears turned over on an errant inbound pass following the made basket. Yeah, I hate to see turnovers like that. The unforced errors. But I'll say this about the Potsdam team offensively. They're looking a lot sharper here in this afternoon's first half than they did last night. Entry pass down low. Outside it will go for Hansen to the right corner. Hansen gets it back top of the key. Rigel left side. Bounce pass inside. Turn inside out. Rigel again for 3. It's good. Good ball movement. Always looking for the open player. And Geneseo goes back up by 9 after the Bears had closed to within 4 on a couple of occasions. 22-13. Potsdam ball. Shipley waits, goes to Cotter. Nice pass. Cotter can't get the finish. She was too deep under the basket. Up comes Rigel with it, nearly a walk. Gets it over for McLaughlin. McLaughlin, bounce pass, low. Quick turn to the basket. Another left-handed lay-in for Megan Roll. An 11-point lead for Geneseo. And that is now their new largest lead of the game here in the first half. Still 6:45 until halftime. Down for Cotter, puts it on the floor. Probably should have turned it up toward the basket. Can't handle the low pass, and it is out of play. Cotter out. Shipley out. Mandy Barnell checking in for the first time, and Bella Barner also back in for the Bears. Bella with a 3 earlier in the contest. We're still 6.5 minutes away from halftime. See if the Bears can get a stop here. And giving up a lot inside. Rigel drops it off, and it is kicked out of play. I think probably Barnell touched it last. It'll be Rigel to put it in play. Does so to Hansen. Here's Snow. Holds. Waits for Rigel to spring up. Rigel gets it. Left side. Now Snow. Shot clock winding down again. Turn to the basket. Bump off the defender. No good. Offensive rebound. No. Bears will get it back. With Diamond Hunter on the run. Diamond sees some space, and she is fouled by Taylor Hansen. Diamond Hunter will get the clock stopped at 6:02. And a couple free throws coming. Allie Crosby back in for Barnell, or for Barner rather. A unique challenge, for me anyway, when both Barnell and Barner are on the floor at the same time. Diamond Hunter, first of 2. Good. Bears really just want to keep close here and not give up any elongated runs to this Geneseo team. Second free throw, also good. Bears back within single digits, down 9 at 24-15. Full court pressure here. Broken up ahead for Rigel. Rigel's going to drive the basket, come up short, rebound, tied up. Whoa. Just battling for the rebound, and Snow gets tied up with, I guess, with LaFountain, and Barnell caught a body shot there too. I guess it's all good in the end. Geneseo ball on the alternating possession. Rigel to put it in play. She will lob it in for Hansen. Hansen sends it back outside. Now Rigel gets it. Guns it down low. A foul on the floor before the pass. And this is going to go against Barnell, it would appear. That'll be Mandy's first and the team's first here in the second quarter. Team fouls even at 1 apiece, for what it's worth. Up top for McLaughlin. Now to Rigel. Rigel, good ball handler. Very quick on the ball here, too. Outside, teeing up the 3. This one will fall off. Long rebound, track down baseline. Offensively by Carrie Denon. Now for Rigel for 3. It's good. Second chance baskets. The Knights are hitting from the outside, and they open up a 12-point advantage at 27-15. Bears have got to get the scoring going. Simple as that. Here's LaFountain driving in. Sneaks underneath, misses it. Weak side rebound, Hansen, and she's fouled by, I think, LaFountain. Shakia Howard wants to come back on the floor. That will be the second personal foul against Caroline LaFountain, so Caroline's going to have to check off here fairly soon, one would think. Don't want her picking up a third foul here in the second quarter. She's going to stay on there for now. Crosby back out on the floor for Potsdam. Rigel switches off to the right side on the give and go for Snow. Straight on 3, no good. Long rebound off the miss, and hustling after it again is Carrie Denon. Another offensive board for the Knights. Denon will give it back to Hansen to the corner. Rigel for 3 from there. It is long. Jakia Howard keeps it alive. Up ahead for Caroline LaFountain. Bears will slow it down into the front court for Jakia Howard. Howard sees a lane, goes in, gets blocked away, and the ball stolen. Carrie Denon on the block. Now Denon running to the rack. Tough angle shot, but it falls off. No good. Out of bounds. No, tied up. Jump ball possession arrow to the Bears. Allie Crosby will not give you an inch when she's got a hand on the ball. Now timeout here called by Potsdam, coming with 4:18 to play in the first half. Geneseo 27, Potsdam 15. Update from Plattsburgh, Brockport 24, Plattsburgh 17, as they play through the second quarter. About 5.5 minutes to go until halftime there. Brockport right now is at 4-10 in league play. They have not been officially eliminated yet, but you would think the Brockport Eagles need to win out and get some pretty serious help to have a shot at getting into 6th place, which is right now occupied by the Bears and their 7-8 league record. Potsdam started off the season on a tear in league play and then went into to the doldrums in the middle of the schedule. Lost a bunch in a row, and it's been pretty much one up, one down ever since. And that's why they have a league record of 7 wins and 8 losses. Lady Bears at 12-9 overall. And As we mentioned earlier, Geneseo has locked down a playoff position by virtue of their win last night at Plattsburgh. They are now 10-5 in conference. Bears with some work to do, down by a dozen here. 4.25 minutes to play, first half. Diamond Hunter for Jakia Howard. Howard, nice comeback move there. Shot blocked out of bounds. Getting a hand on that is Kylie Snow. Geneseo very active defensively. McCormick calls the break. In for Diamond Hunter, left wing corner. Hunter around the pick, trying to give it underneath. It'll be tapped down to Crosby, in and out of her hands. Off the steal and the turnover. Back come the Knights, and a foul or just a jump ball, just tied up here between a couple of players. Geneseo ball underneath. Rigel waits, lobs it in, tracked down by McLaughlin out near midcourt. McLaughlin, bounce pass. This is for Carrie Denon. Goes to the corner. McLaughlin for three, short. Rebound, Caroline LaFountain. Bears still down by 12. They've gotten it to as close as 4 on a couple of occasions. Now down by the dozen, Jakia Howard on the reverse, comes up short. And a reach-in foul, or are we tied up again here? I guess we're just tied up, so on the possession arrow this time, Potsdam will keep it. Inbounded to Jakia Howard. Right wing corner, waits for some help. Looking for a cutter. She's going to go down to Crosby. Turnaround shot, no good from the left hand. But Jakia Howard, offensive rebound. Jakia Howard thought she had put it off the shin of one of the Knights, and they're going to say it's out of bounds off of her. That's curious. So Geneseo 27-15 up on the Bears, getting the ball back. Bears with a extended possession that time, still coming up empty offensively. Here's Rigel, open for three. Goes in the lane, floats it up there, air. Oh, that just came off her hand wrong way. So, a bit of a break right there for the Bears to get the ball back. They probably should have had in the front court before anyway. Nonetheless, Diamond Hunter, operating from the left side, picks up by Crosby, across for LaFountain. She's going to be called on the walk. Okay, I guess. Geneseo 11 for 27 from the field. Bears just 6 for 22. Sub 30%. They can turn that around as this game progresses. Got to get some stops, though, against Geneseo before this game gets out of hand. There's a walk called against Carrie Denon. They got double teamed with nowhere to go. So Denon will come out. Bears will keep the current 5 on the floor. 2.5 minutes until halftime. Bears have scored just 15 points here in the first half. It's Jakia Howard. Puts it on the floor, lost it on the dribble. Turns it over to Mackenzie Rigel. Down low, running lay-in for Taylor Hansen. 14 points up now are the Geneseo Knights. LaFountain, McCormick, skip pass. Diamond Hunter calls for the pick. Gets it. Pitches for LaFountain for three. Leans into this one and hits Caroline LaFountain with a sorely needed basket for the Bears to trim the gap back to 11. 29-18. Knights with a lead and the ball. Rigel down the left side, called on the charge. Yeah, she just leaned in that forearm shiver against Jakia Howard, and Rigel will get called on the foul. Team foul is not going to prove to be an issue here in the second quarter, just 2 apiece right now. Rigel comes out after her first foul, and we get Our first look at the first-year player Brooke Woodard, 5'5" guard from Eden, New York. Meanwhile, the Bears down by 11 with the ball would love dearly to have this in the single digits at the very worst heading into the half. Here's McCormick, nearly turned it over. Crosby will save it. 10 seconds to shoot. Here's Caroline LaFountain, 18-footer, way long. McCormick, weak side rebound. Throws a reverse up there, no good. And then Crosby can't keep it on her hands. It's out of bounds to Geneseo. .105 left. Geneseo 29, Potsdam 18. Megan Roll back on the floor. Another height challenge guarded by Crosby. As Roll into the backcourt. That's an over and back. And an errant pass gives the ball back to Potsdam with 48 seconds to go in the half. Oh, Diamond Hunter will inbound from midcourt to Madison McCormick. McCormick into the front court for Potsdam. Swings it over to Hunter left side. Calls for the pick. Doesn't get one there. Skip pass. LaFountain. Against a 2-3 zone employed here by Geneseo. If the Bears can find a seam here, it's going to be Shipley left wing side. Shipley with a shot clock down at 7 goes to McCormick. McCormick stop and go move inside block, gets it back. McCormick pitches it outside, pass tip, shot clock violation against the Bears. So Potsdam down by 11. We'll look to defend the final 17 and a half seconds of this first half against the Geneseo Knights. Inbounded to Rigel in the backcourt, front of her own bench. Rigel front court. High pick, shovels it underneath. Inside out game here. Rigel holds, guns it down low to Roll. Roll spin move, blocked out of bounds. In fact, kept alive, and then a Potsdam foul. Somehow getting that ball was Kylie Snow after the initial stop by Crosby. And it's going to be a shooting foul here for Kylie Snow. She had the game-high 15 points first time these two teams met, and she has a point right there at the line. Free throws really have not been a major factor in this game through the first half. Second try from Snow, that one is good as well. And with 0.8 of a second to go, the Bears are down 13 and probably aren't going to get any closer before we reach halftime. Inbounded, eat it, Horn, let's go to the locker rooms. Here at the half, it is Geneseo 31, Potsdam 18. Geneseo, 31 points on 12 of 29 shooting from the field, good for 41.4%. The Bears shooting held in check, 18 points, 7 of 26, just under 27% effective. Three-pointers, Geneseo with 5 in 11 tries, the Bears are 2 for 7. Free throws, both teams 2 for 4. Rebounds, a 6-rebound margin for the Knights, 22-16. 2 better on the offensive glass and 4 better on the defensive boards. Bears have not led in this game. They were tied at 2, but that's, I suppose it was. Geneseo went on the early run. Bears came back within 4 a couple of times, and Geneseo finishes out the first half on another run to carry a 13-point advantage into the half. 31-18 your score. Geneseo winning the first quarter 15-9, winning the second quarter 16-9. Bears with some work to do offensively. Defense is okay right now. but the offense not quite clicking as yet. But as we've seen, this is a resilient team with the ability to come back in a game. And that's exactly what the Bears are going to need to do here this afternoon if they're going to be able to fight back and find a victory here. Individual numbers from the first half. No player either side in double figures, which is no surprise. Taylor Hansen leads the Knights with 8 points here at the break, 6 apiece for Megan Roll and Mackenzie Rigel. 5 points from Kylie Snow, 3 from Kelly McLaughlin, 3 from Hannah Stockman. And I think that takes care of the Geneseo scoring. It does. For Potsdam, it's Caroline LaFountain leading the way with 5 points. 3 from Bella Barner, 2 apiece for Cotter, McCormick, Hunter, Crosby, and Howard. Listen to that list. You know that there are still some points to be had from any one of those players, and hopefully more than one of those players, as we will head toward the second half of our game. In just a little bit later on, the Potsdam men hosting Geneseo in their final regular season home game, scheduled for 4 o'clock. And women's hockey coming up in a short while, opening face-off 3 o'clock, Potsdam at nationally ranked top 5 team in Plattsburgh State. Quick check around the league. You see Brockport in women's hoops out in front of Plattsburgh 35-23 at halftime. And we'll see if anybody else's scores are showing. Sometimes the SUNYAC composite schedule is very good at keeping tabs on other games. Today it is not. The only one showing is this game right here. All right. So that's where we are right now, about 11 minutes before the start of the second half, and that means a break for us. And we hope you will come back in about 10 minutes' time. We will tee up the second half here at the Jerry Wells Gymnasium. Halftime score in women's college basketball, senior day for the Potsdam Bears. It's the Geneseo Knights 31, the Potsdam Bears 18. You're listening to Potsdam Basketball live this afternoon on the SUNY Potsdam Bearcast and Mix 96.1. All right, Mixmaster Todd, talk to you in about 9 minutes or so. We'll count our way back into it. Thanks. Back in about 9. right, Mix 96.1. Let's roll the 30-second countdown right about now. Mark it 30 seconds to Billboard. Billboard in 15. Billboard in 10. 3, 2, 1, roll that. Pretty Billboard, please. What do they say? Roll that fancy bean footage. And we welcome you back to the Jerry Walsh Gymnasium for what could very well be the final half of women's basketball on the floor this season. Potsdam Bears trailing against the Geneseo Knights 31-18. Bears shooting under 30% in that first half. And clearly need to get the offense on track as we head into the second half. It will be Geneseo ball to start. And Geneseo starting fives back on the floor, including Kylie Snow, Taylor Hansen, Hannah Stockman, Lauren Ramito, and Carrie Denon. If you're listening back in Geneseo this afternoon, welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us here on the SUNY Potsdam broadcast. You can carry it live locally on Mix 96.1. Made several trips to Geneseo a few years back when my daughter was in school there. And Geneseo ball to start off the second half. With Denon off to the wing. Denon dribbles off the wing, drops it off. Play inside for Ramito. Inside out, Snow, now right corner. There's Stockman working shot clock down again. Ramito. And almost picked away here. Tipped away, shot clock at 3. Here's the drive, and there's the score. Last-ditch effort from Taylor Hansen, scoring with a left-handed lay-in. And Geneseo goes up by 15, now their largest lead of the game. 33-18. See if the Bears throw some different looks into the offense here in the second half. Off to LaFountain for 3. She's got it. Caroline LaFountain with another 3. Bears drew the defense down. Coach Brittany Cullen wanted the full court press after the made basket, but nobody was watching. And that's going to be an offensive foul against Hannah Stockman as she just bowled over Madison McCormick. That was kind of uncalled for, I would think. And poor Madison has been taking hits to the face both last night and this afternoon. It's going to be a little sore. May want to put that face mask back on that she started the season with. Bears get it back, trailing by 12 points at 33-21. Diamond Hunter right side now with the pick from Crosby. Crosby rolls off of it, but well guarded by Ramito down low. They'll go out to LaFountain. LaFountain driving right side of the lane. LaFountain up off glass, came up off the back side of the rim and rebounded to Kylie Snow. Bears are going to stay in the matchup 1-to-1 defense. And a foul against the Bears away from the ball. And I think this is going to go on Crosby, which will be her third. Is it not? Listing her with one foul right now. Here's Ramito. Ramito, free throw line, wide right. But the Bears forced the shot there, get it back. So I guess that is Crosby's first. Okay. There's Diamond Hunter in deep. Kicks it off for McCormick. McCormick down for Jakia. Jakia right corner. Here's LaFountain, steps in for a 15-footer, and that banks off the back of the iron, no good. Rebound, Remito. Bears still not acing their scoring touch. That's a walk, clearly. Some stutter steps there by Hannah Stockman. Kind of got the ball caught up in her hands and had the feet still moving before she could put the ball down on the floor with the dribble. So another turnover here. That is 12 turnovers now against the Geneseo Knights. Let's see if the Bears can take advantage, start to take advantage more. Crosby outside, McCormick. McCormick to the right of the pick, goes to Diamond Hunter, right corner three, good! Diamond Hunter makes it a 9-point game after the Bears were just down by 15 early here in the second half. Not quite 3 minutes into the third quarter now. Geneseo, 33-24, ball picked off on a long pass by Diamond Hunter. Diamond on the move, she's going all the way and gives to Jakia Howard for the finish. And timeout called by Coach Alyssa Pulaski in her third season at the helm of the Geneseo program. The Bears getting themselves right back in it with some defense and finally getting some finishes offensively. 33-26 is the Geneseo lead now. Potsdam, look for them to set up full court defensively, looking to trap and force some turnovers. And hey, if you've got to do that for an extended period of time, by all means, let's see it. When the Bears have employed that type of three-quarter quarter or even half-court trapping defense, they have been able to force some turnovers. 13 turnovers now against the Knights. Bears have turned it over 10 times themselves. Potsdam shooting starting to inch up a little bit. They are now north of 32% at 10 of 31 from the field. And better yet for the Bears is now that they have 4 made three-pointers in 9 attempts. Caroline LaFountain, 2 for 2 from beyond the arc. So, still very early in this second half. Potsdam will set up defensively. Soft coverage on the inbounder, and the ball will come into Hannah Stockman. Bears will look for the half-court trap. Romito holds high as they reverse it over to Kylie Snow. Denon hits a mid-range jumper here for Mackenzie Rigel. Not picked up well enough as she waltzed into the paint and hits the deuce. 35-26. Geneseo up by 9. Diamond Hunter trying to get all the way through. Goes outside. LaFountain step back three off the top of the backboard. No good. Offensive rebound. Jakia Howard sends it out for McCormick to reset with 15 on the shot clock. McCormick open for a moment. Goes to LaFountain now against this 2-3 Geneseo zone. LaFountain is going to toss one up there. No good. Ball loose on the floor still. It should be Potsdam ball. It is. Last touch by Romito. So keep it with the Bears, but just 2 seconds to shoot. Inbounded, LaFountain catches, shoots, and rims off the three, no good. Geneseo with a 9-point lead, and the ball coming back down with Rigel. What's the whistle for? Going to be a reach-in against Diamond Hunter. First, actually Potsdam's second foul of this third quarter. Mackenzie Rigel, first-year player, getting a lot of PT here. Nice, a beautiful backdoor cut, and the finish for Carrie Denon. And back up by 11 go the Knights after the Bears had closed the gap to 7. 37-26. Hunter, Jakia Howard, free throw line, double pick down low. Jakia, hook shot, wide right. Rebound for Romito. Keeps clear of it. Up ahead for Rigel. Rigel being hounded here defensively. Pushes the pass ahead, making another score inside from Carrie Denon. And the lead goes back to 13. 6 unanswered by the Geneseo Knights. 39-26 they lead. Diamond Hunter to the right side. Jakia Howard swings it left for McCormick. McCormick step back three. That's way long. And underneath it will be tied up. Oh, we're getting a foul? For what? It's a 50-50 ball. I have no idea why there's a foul call there against Caroline LaFountain. No idea in the world. Going after a 50-50 ball. 4:55 to play in the third quarter. And Potsdam's going to have to earn some breaks, it would appear, as LaFountain checks out with her third personal foul. Zael Bradford back on the floor for Potsdam. Denon still in the backcourt. Over for Rigel, up ahead to Rigel. Rigel going in, ball fake, and they throw it away. There you go. So the Bears work a defensive break in their favor. And Potsdam's going to get a timeout called here before they head back down the floor with the ball, trailing by 13. 4:44 on the clock. Geneseo here in the third quarter leading Potsdam 39-26. Other game of note this afternoon that we're able to keep our eyes on is Brockport's game at Plattsburgh. And the Brockport women lead in Plattsburgh pretty handily now. They're up by 18, 41-23, as they have played to just about the same spot in the game here midway through the third quarter. Anything else of note going around the SUNYAC right now that we can actually get some updated scores on? No. Just 2 games that we know of. The one in Plattsburgh and this one here. Potsdam women are playing their final regular season home game here today. The men will do the same, coming up at about 4 o'clock. Hockey should be underway by now. Yes, it should be in the first period. Potsdam at Plattsburgh, and the Cardinals about 6 minutes in, already building a 2-0 lead over visiting Potsdam. Yes, Plattsburgh women's hockey is that good. Better than good. Potsdam ball following the timeout, trailing by 13. Pass tipped out of bounds. Keep it with the Bears. As Diamond Hunter will look to put it in play. Slaps for the break, inbounded to Crosby, back to Diamond, who will dribble off to the right side, set up the half-court offense from there. There's the pick from Crosby. Around it with some room. Ball fake, in for the score. Diamond Hunter. Bears going full court. Looking for a trap. But they're going to get it up to mid-court for Stockman. She'll bring it across and get it back. Stockman hands it off now for Rigel. Now for Denon. To Rigel, open for 3, doesn't want it, so we'll go inside the free throw line, float one up and score for 2. 41-28 Geneseo. Under 4 to play in the third quarter. Madison McCormick looks like Geneseo has gone back to a matchup defense, perhaps. Reach and foul there against the Knights. That'll be their third team foul of the quarter, and that will even them up with the Bears in that department. Rigel commits the foul, so she will come off with her second. See if the Bears can take advantage of her being off the floor. As back in comes Kelly McLaughlin. Hunter against McLaughlin, picks up the dribble, gives it back to Madison McCormick. McCormick over for Barner. Barner looking for an opening, throws it away, picked off by Denon. Wasted possession for the Bears. They've been down by as many as 15 points. Close to within 7 here early in the second half. And now McCormick's going to get called on the foul here. Yeah, for Madison McCormick, just a tough weekend for her. not finding or scoring, and really not being permitted, as it were, to play the kind of tight defense that she's so good at playing. Here's Denon, skid stop, top of the key, gets it back from Snow. Denon looks for an outlet, goes left side now. Denon over for Snow again. Dumps down underneath. Here goes Denon to work on the outside. Comes the shot. That's a miss for Stockman. And a rebounding foul against one of the Knights. No, against one of the Bears, actually. And just like that, Potsdam has 5 team fouls. Is that right? I thought we had evened up at 3 apiece. At the line is Megan Roll. First shot, no good. 13 points up on the Bears are the Knights right now. Second shot, also no good. Rebound, scrap 4 on the floor, and it's going to be a reach-in foul after losing the ball. Falling down is Carrie Denon. She's going to get called for the reach-in foul as the ball had come loose for Potsdam. Zael Bradford with a little bit of discomfort after that little scrum. That'll be Denon's second personal foul, 3rd on the team. Here's still down by 13. Need to start making some hay. You want to put it that way? Pass left side. Here's Shipley for 3. Good! Shipley left wide open on the left arc. Bears back within 10. Token pressure. That Geneseo will break. McLaughlin handling the ball right now for Denon. Denon goes left side, Snow on the arc. Now it is down low, kick out, high low, inside out game, corner 3, no good. Rebound on the weak side for Bella Barner. 2 minutes to go in the third. Bears are down by 10. Diamond Hunter, nothing open inside, goes outside for Zael Bradford. It's a big 3. And it's a 7-point game once again. 41-34. Bears have hit 6 in a row. Bounce pass left side. Denon doesn't want the 3. Goes to McLaughlin into the arc. Denon free throw line. A little bit long. Gets her own miss. Actually, that's Roll inside. And a rebounding foul against the Bears. Bears really just not catching any breaks from a rebounding standpoint. And I don't think it's for lack of trying. I really don't. It's just a situation where most of the bounces are going Geneseo's way. And now Megan Roll is back at the line shooting 2. Her first around and off. Well, Bears hanging around. Down by 7. Roll will try to make it an 8-point lead. She does by making her second try. And the Bears have it back trailing with 1.5 minutes to play in the third, 42-34. Diamond Hunter with the double pick, uses the space and drops in a 17-footer to make it a 6-point game. Bears have been as close as 4 back latter stages of the first half. Within 6 here now. Here's Roll bumping off. And they're going to get Crosby on the blocking foul. Or are they? No, it's going to be called a charge. Yep. The Roll called on the charge this time. Well, there certainly was the impression given visually that she was trying to push off of that player defending her. I guess she got the shoulder lowered a little bit too much. Here's Potsdam with a chance to get a little bit closer. Down by 6 right now. For the corner, Zael Bradford doesn't want the 3. We'll go to Crosby. Inside out game for Diamond Hunter. 5 to shoot. Diamond off balance. Shot will not fall. Rebound. Zael Bradford tied up with Roll. Keep it with the Bears. We've had a number of jump balls here today as Rigel checks back in with 2 fouls charged against her. Allie Crosby honored pregame. Transferred in here from Jefferson Community College. Or SUNY Jefferson, as they like to be known as now. Potsdam, second chance possession. Hoop and a foul! It's Diamond Hunter going to work. And the Bears can make it a 1-possession game with a make here. Bears on the comeback trail, being down by as many as 15 here in this third quarter, which has all of 26 seconds left in it. Diamond Hunter up and good. And it's a 3-point game. "20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off. Here in the third quarter, Rigel left side for Hansen. Hansen driving, bottled up, outside, down low, ball poked away. Bears will get it back. And that's going to be Romito on the reach-in foul. The entry pass was for her, came to her knees. And all of her 6'3" frame, she could not reach down and get that cleanly. That is 5 team fouls on Geneseo. And so the Bears can inch that much closer after being down by 13 at halftime. Down by 3 right now with Ziel Bradford at the line, hitting her first free throw. Well, after all that, I think we're in position for a fantastic finish here this afternoon. Ziel hits them both. 1-point ball game. Under 11 seconds to go in the third quarter. Pushed ahead, almost picked off by Diamond Hunter at midcourt. Oh, mercy, with 7 seconds to go. Geneseo 42, Potsdam 41. Inbounded for Romito, hands to Rigel. 3 seconds to go. Rigel driving, dishes to the right corner. Snow for 3, it's good. She gets the buzzer-beating 3 for Geneseo, which will put them out in front by 4 as we head toward the fourth quarter. But what a nice third quarter comeback for the Bears after getting down by as many as 15 early in the quarter. Bears end up putting up 23 points in this quarter to Geneseo's 14. The offense indeed is coming alive. After being held to quarters of 9 and 9 in the first half, the Bears open up with 23 in the third and make a game of it as we head toward the fourth quarter. Geneseo 45 and Potsdam 41. There have been some goals scored in Plattsburgh in women's hockey, one of them by the Bears after giving up a nearly 2-0 lead. The Bears have come back on a goal by Emily Delnove. Another goal on the weekend against the highly ranked Plattsburgh Cardinals. 2-1 as they play through the first period? I guess late first period. All right. So 2-1 Plattsburgh at home over the Potsdam Bears. Women's basketball with a minute to play in the third. Brockport has Plattsburgh doubled up at home. Brockport 48 and the Cardinals 24. Plattsburgh last night played this Geneseo team real tough. A low-scoring affair where Geneseo would pull away enough late in the game to take the victory. But that was a nip-and-tuck affair, and you can see how Geneseo has been very, very much willing to work the shot clock down on a number of possessions here this afternoon. Try to, I guess, shorten the game, if you will. Inbounded to Rigel. One of the players of the future here. She's going to go all the way in and dish it back out. Pass down into the corner for Hansen. Hansen, corner 3, air ball, picked up underneath by Snow. She'll tuck it up and in. Just picking up the junk off the floor, and that's all it was. A fortunate bounce or lack of bounces there for Geneseo. 47-41, they're back up by 6. after the Bears had closed to within one just before the end of the third. Dribble penetration outside from McCormick. McCormick going in, dishing it back now to Crosby. Floats one up there. What a great move by Allison Crosby. Nobody else has a move like that, where she holds it wide in that right hand, and we'll get Ziel Bradford on a little touch foul in the backcourt. Allie Crosby protects that ball, goes wide with her right hand, and then leans it up off the glass for the score. Geneseo up by 4 points as Rigel goes all the way in. Gets her shot blocked by Crosby. Bears get it back. With Bella Barner into the front court now for Potsdam. Hands it back for Shipley, and now Madison McCormick. Bears trailing by 4. Early moments of the fourth quarter here at home. Senior Day. Could very well be the final home game of the year. Now the Bears turn it over on an errant pass. Down, long lead, blown lay-in by Stockman, out of bounds to Potsdam. The Knights think they should have it, but they're not going to win this argument. So do the Bears catch a little bit of a break? Perhaps they do. Let's see if they can use it against a 2-3 Geneseo zone. Shipley guns it to the corner for Barner. Barner hands back to McCormick. 10 on the shot clock. Crosby, one-on-one, jump stop outside. McCormick fakes 3, drives in, goes to Shipley. She'll tee up the 3, off the rim, no good. Offensive rebound, Ziel Bradford, and she is hacked on the way to the basket. So the clock will stop at 7:57 of the fourth, and Ziel Bradford back to the free throw line for Potsdam. Shipley out, Hunter back in. Another good shift for the freshman Michaela Shipley. Ziel Bradford shooting 2. The first is no good. Ziel Bradford and her second try coming here. It is good. And the Bears are down just one possession again, 47-44. Diamond Hunter leads the Bears right now in scoring with 12 points. And the rest of the scoring very well balanced. Here's a pull up for Rigel. Good from 12. 49-44 Knights. Diamond Hunter dribbling against Taylor Hansen. Diamond goes left side, outside for Barner. Barner, step back, 3, no good. Rebound underneath for Megan Roll. To Rigel, right side, Hansen is there. Hansen puts it on the floor. Little reach-in foul against Bella Barner. We'll stop things up. That'll be team foul number 2 here in the fourth quarter. Potsdam down by as many as 15. Early in the third quarter. We're now early in the fourth. 7:15 to play in the game. Potsdam trailing by 5. Geneseo with the ball. Inside Roll. Roll ducks underneath and blows a lay-in. Push it up too strong. Bears looking to counter with LaFountain. LaFountain going up, and she runs into a defensive wall out of bounds. Touched out by Stockman. Boy, that defense collapsed perfectly on Caroline LaFountain. All of a sudden she looked up and there was a defender standing straight up. Inbounded for Barner. Down low to Crosby. Crosby pushes back out. Barner, corner 3. No, long rebound. Roll has it. Roll having a nice rebounding game for these Geneseo Knights. As Rigel brings it off a pick, gets it back. Goes to Roll. Roll, spin move against Crosby. Off glass and good. Well executed that time by number 20 in white. The senior from Montgomery. 51-44. Geneseo back up by 7 with 6.5 minutes to play. Men's contest follows here on the Potsdam Bearcats and Mix 96-1. Bears will go to Crosby at the free throw line. Crosby dribble penetration outside. Baseline hanger, no good for LaFountain. Rigel spots roll underneath, backs into shooting position, touched out of bounds is the ball. Coach Alyssa Pulaski wanted a foul called there. She'll catch the ear of the nearest official. It's Geneseo ball underneath. Well, they're looking to sweep the road weekend here in the North Country. Bears trying to complete a comeback here, but still trailing by 7. Foul on the floor against the Bears. That'll be 3 team fouls against Potsdam. Geneseo with just 1 here in the 4th quarter. 4 on the outside. Rigel, free throw line up. It falls off. The rebound for Crosby. She'll outlet with a short pass to Diamond Hunter. Here's the drive by Hunter. She'll sneak it in. 51-46. Bears down 5. Madison McCormick, incidentally, I think, picking up her 4th foul. But Maddie really does need to stay out there. Bears can't afford to have her off the floor for very long. Although, on the bench, ready to come back in at a moment's notice, are Jakia Howard, Sayel Bradford, Michaela Shipley as well. It's Geneseo ball after the tip out. Still a 1-to-1 matchup here defensively. Inside out, Rigel for 3. Short. Rebound. Diamond Hunter sends it ahead for LaFountain. LaFountain gets the ball, turns it up, and scores it. Caroline LaFountain makes it a 3-point game with 5 minutes left. Left side goes the pass for Taylor Hansen. 1 dribble, hands it off, and now Rigel will get it back top of the key. Ships it to her left. That's where Stockman goes to work. Hands it off to Hansen for the corner 3, no good. Rebound for the Bears. And up ahead for Diamond Hunter. A 3 would tie it here for Potsdam. Diamond Hunter going in, draws the foul. She will be shooting 2. Still, of course, plenty of time left in this game. And Potsdam, before Diamond Hunter's free throws, will call a timeout. 2nd foul, incidentally, on Taylor Hansen. 2nd team foul on the Knights. The Bears have 3 here in the 4th quarter, with the clock stopped at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Update on women's hockey. Plattsburgh has tacked on another goal. They are up 3-1 on visiting Potsdam after 1 period of play. Women's basketball in Plattsburgh, early 4th quarter, Brockport 50 and Plattsburgh 24. So if Brockport is going to hold serve and split the weekend after falling here at Potsdam last night. They have recovered nicely over in Plattsburgh this afternoon, 50-26, 6:20 to play in the 4th. And it would be nice if SUNY Central would update some of the other games, but no updates being made available. Cortland and New Paltz, Oswego at Oneonta, Fredonia at Buffalo State. These are the other SUNYAC women's games. And of course, that'll be the same slate for men's action, all scheduled for 4 o'clock. A couple of hockey games tonight. Brockport at Fredonia and Cortland at Morrisville in SUNYAC play. All right, Diamond Hunter, free throw line, shooting 2. First, good, yes. Almost called that one too early. And now for a 1-point game. Diamond Hunter. Ice in her veins. Misses that one though. And the rebound will be for Kellen McLaughlin. Geneseo 51, Potsdam 49. Approaching 4 minutes to play. Rigel gives it to Denon. Outside, Rigel will get it back. Fakes the shot, puts it on the floor to the baseline. Outside, Rigel, forced shot, wide left. Rebound for Allie Crosby. Bears can tie or take the lead. Under 4 to play. Bears losing big at Geneseo just a few weeks ago. Diamond Hunter. Off to Barner. Back to Hunter. Top of the key. Rigel. Diamond. Dribble penetration. Crosby. 5 to shoot. Here's McCormick. Shot is blocked. Tried to get rid of it. Shot clock violation. Yeah, I think we kind of knew that. But Geneseo will get it back. Good defense by the Knights that time. Not giving the Bears any real good open looks. Geneseo still leading by 2 with 3.5 minutes now to play. Again, Potsdam got down by as many as 15 points early in the third quarter. They're back within 2. Geneseo with the ball, though. Time running down. Denon has it. Outside, it'll go for Snow for 3. Misses off the front rim. The rebound, Crosby. And again, the Bears can tie or take their first lead of the game. Diamond Hunter fakes outside. Goes over to Barner. Left corner, LaFountain. Curls her way into the zone, into the paint, floats one up there, no good. Offensive rebound, yes. Allie Crosby will reset for the Bears. Bounces it out to Madison McCormick with 15 to shoot. Bears not finding much room on the outside for shooting, so they'll go inside now for the tie-up. Glass and good, and we're knotted at 51. Allison Crosby on senior day. So, who's going to win the 2.5 minute game? It's a brand new one here, tied at 51. Denon down low, outside it'll go. Hansen for 3, misses, long rebound, track down. Hansen actually off the miss by Stockman. Stockman swings it to Snow right side. 4 on the perimeter. Rigel straight on for 3. It is no good. Another offensive rebound for Carrie Denon. To the right wing, back to the left. Corner, Snow for 3. It's no good. Another offensive rebound for Denon. Here's Rigel going in. Hansen for 3. That one hits. And that one hurts. Hannah Stockman on the 3. 54-51 Geneseo, 1:35 to play. Potsdam has not led in this game. They've just come back to tie it at 51 for that third chance basket. And the Bears end up throwing it away. Lots of pressure in the paint. And that forced the errant move from Bella Barner. Well, Geneseo will have it back with 1:25 to play and a 3-point lead. Jakia Howard in for Barner. Boy, the Bears had a couple of stops on that last Geneseo possession, but they kept extending it thanks to the offensive rebounding of Carrie Denon, 5'11" sophomore. Travel called against Denon, though. Make that against Megan Roll, number 20. Well, Roll with a couple of turnovers in this game, and the Bears down 3 with the ball. 1:11 to play. Fourth quarter. Diamond Hunter, a look of determination on her face. Dribbles to her right, hands it off to McCormick. McCormick step back for 2. A long 2 from McCormick to make it a 1-point game with 56 seconds left. Rigel will walk it up. Bears, I would think, want to force the play here. And I think we get a timeout for Geneseo from their bench. Looks like that's the case. It'll come with 45.6 seconds left. Bears come storming back to tie it at 51. still have not been out in front as yet, despite a couple of opportunities. But right now trailing, Geneseo with the ball, 19 to shoot, 45 on the game clock, and Geneseo leading the Bears 54-53. Men's action to follow, scheduled for 4 o'clock. So, as is pretty common, the second game is not likely to go off quite on schedule. Here we are at 3:39, headed toward 3:40 in the afternoon. 20 minutes worth of warm-up. And included in that prelim time will be senior day for the Bears men's team. Well, Allie Crosby has done a lot of good things in her, what's likely her final home game in a Potsdam uniform in her 1 year as a Potsdam Bear. Once a Bear, always a Bear. Here's Rigel to the rack, kicks it outside. Shot clock winding down. Rigel inside Denon. Denon almost turned over. Outside Hansen for 3, short. Long rebound, tracked down by Denon again. And then it's going to be a travel, tripping up of her own accord at midcourt is Kylie Snow. Bears will get it back. 24.5 seconds, trailing by 1. Wow. After all of that, Geneseo gets some good open looks, get another offensive rebound from Carrie Denon. I got to check her numbers right now. Denon with just 4 points on 2 of 5 shooting, but she has 10 rebounds. No, they do not break down her offensive and defensive, but clearly at least half of her rebounds have to be on the offensive glass, and she just is so well positioned. She has a nose for the ball. But for Geneseo, an unfortunate turnover as the ball came out to Kylie Snow out near midcourt, and she just got her feet caught up with one another. That's all it was. And as she went to the floor, fell backwards with the ball in her hands. That's a travel. So Potsdam will have a front court inbound, shot clock off, 24.6 on the game clock. Trailing by 1 point, Bears have not led in this game. Neither team really in good position to be playing the foul game here now. Bears with 3 team fouls and Geneseo with just 2. I don't think there's really quite enough time left if they want to go that route, either team. 24.6 seconds. Here we go. Shot clock is off. Bears down by 1. Inbounded to Shipley. Hands it off, and that's going to be a foul against Geneseo. Against Taylor Hansen for the moving pick. And that'll be the team's 3rd. So not a bad foul to take, going for the steal. Hunter in for McCormick, and it's tied up on the floor. And timeout call from the Geneseo bench, and the Bears cough up a great opportunity on an errant inbounding play right in front of their own bench. Oh my, 22 seconds now. Geneseo will have the ball back. And the Bears are going to have to probably commit a foul or 2, actually 2, to force free throws. Wow. An unfortunate turn of events for the Potsdam team, who was in position with a front court possession. They tried to inbound it to Maddie McCormick. She was kind of leaning backwards, and then the ball got tied up on the floor and taken away from her, and in the immediate timeout called by Coach Alyssa Pulaski. And now Geneseo, the team in position to steal one here this afternoon. Bears have not led, but they trail by 1 right now. A wasted possession. 22 seconds to go. Geneseo front court. Rigel will look to put it in play here against Shipley. Rigel will go into the backcourt. Diamond Hunter will run down and touch the ball handler Taylor Hansen for team foul number 4. That took all of 1.2 seconds. Ziel Bradford checks back in for Diamond Hunter. So Rigel against Shipley again, in for Hansen, and Hansen just waits for the foul to come so she can go to the free throw line with 19 and a half seconds to go. Well, assuming that the Bears get the ball back after a make and a miss, or 2 makes or 2 misses, whatever it may be, at worst the Bears are going to be down a full possession. Now they're down by 2 points as Hannah Stockman, the junior from Northport, hits her first free throw. And hits her second as well. Timeout Potsdam. So now the Bears need a 3 to tie. Still a good amount of time. They managed to get that whole foul situation settled within about 2.5 seconds of game time. So now 19.5 seconds on the clock. Geneseo 56, Potsdam 53. Is it going to be a fantastic finish for the Bears? Or are the Knights going to hold on for a key late season victory on the road? Geneseo, with a win here this afternoon, would move to 11-5. Geneseo, make that New Paltz, is ahead of them in second place at 11-4. So a first round playoff bye certainly within reach for Geneseo. The Potsdam Bears, meanwhile, trying to go to 8-8 in conference play and solidify a playoff berth. They sit in 6th place right now. Inbounded for McCormick. Here we go. 17 seconds to go. Bears are down 3. McCormick sends it across to Diamond Hunter. Diamond's gonna go, and she loses her footing. The Bears turn it over again. Oh, mercy. Now we're down to just 9.7 seconds left. Bears just unable to get over the top of the hill here this afternoon. Now they're going to need something, couple of things to break their way as they'll get the clock stopped. But free throws coming here for Geneseo. Looks like it's going to be Stockman back to the line. She just hit a pair to put her team up by 3. And just one make here could shut the door on the Bears this afternoon. Hannah Stockman to the line for Geneseo. Shooting 2. Her team up by 3 and misses the first. Bears need her to miss this one, so they'll have a chance at a tie. If she hits this one, it's a 2-possession lead. It's up and it is no good. Rebound to Crosby and timeout Bears. So here we are again. A couple of rare misses by Hannah Stockman. With 8.6 seconds to go, Bears will have a front court inbound, trailing by 3. You recall the last couple opportunities here, down by 1 or down by 3, the Bears have been unable to find an opening for a 3-pointer that would tie or give them a lead, as was the case about 20 seconds ago in game time. The Knights 56, the Bears 53. 8.3 seconds on the clock. Final in Plattsburgh, Brockport over the Cards, 59-31. This one clearly going right down to the wire. Bears need a 3 to tie. The opportunity is there. Let's see if they can make good on it. LaFountain is out there. Don't be too surprised if she springs free for a shot. It's going to be into Diamond Hunter. Down to 5 seconds go. Outside it's Crosby for the tie. No good. Rebound loose. Track down baseline. They'll tie it up. But I think time is going to run out on this one. And it does. Well, Crosby had the chance here to play Senior Day hero, but just could not get it to drop. And Geneseo hangs on for dear life. And they get the win over Potsdam this afternoon by the final score of 56-53. With the loss, the Bears slip back to 7 wins and 9 losses, still in good position for a playoff berth as they sit still in 6th place. But boy, a win this afternoon really would have solidified things as they head on the road for their final 2 regular season games next weekend at always tough to play Oneonta and New Paltz. 56-53 as Geneseo hangs on for the win here to sweep the North Country Road weekend. As we take a look at some of the team numbers, Geneseo 56 points on 22 of 57 shooting, good for 38.5%. Bears just a smidge better percentage-wise, 20 for 54, 37%. Oh, I'm sorry, just a slight bit under what Geneseo scored from the floor. 3-pointers, Geneseo 7 for 23, Bears go 6 of 18. Free throws, Geneseo 5 for 12. They really cooled off down the stretch, and that kept the Bears right in it till the very few final seconds. Bears 7 for 11 at the stripe. Geneseo wins the rebounding battle 40-32. 16-12 on the offensive glass, and a couple better defensively. Largest lead of the game would come for Geneseo at 15 points early in the third quarter. Bears come storming back, tie the game at 51. I believe they tied it again, but as is so often the case, as the men found out last night, you come back to tie, and it's like you let it all hang out there, and you got nothing more beyond having reached that particular plateau of having battled back to tie a game. Individual numbers here this afternoon. Balanced attack for Geneseo, 2 players with 10. Kylie Snow, a rebound shy of a double-double, 10 points, 9 rebounds. 10 points for Hannah, make that for Taylor Hansen. It's actually 12 points to lead her team. Mackenzie Rigel, what a nice game off the bench in a non-starting role. Leads her team with 12 points. 8 points from Hannah Stockman, 4 from Carrie Denon. Denon with 6 offensive rebounds, 10 total. And also Kelly McLaughlin chips in with 3 points. And that pretty much rounds out your Geneseo scoring. For the Potsdam Bears, Diamond Hunter leading the way with 15 points. Caroline LaFountain with 10. Allison Crosby in her final home game, likely in a Potsdam uniform, finishes with 6 points and 9 rebounds. A 6-point outing for Ziel Bradford off the bench here today for Potsdam. Another strong showing from the first-year player. 4 points this afternoon for Madison McCormick. Also 4 points for Chiquita Howard. 3 points from Bella Varner, 3 from Michaela Shipley, and 2 from Jenna Cotter. As mentioned, the Bears are now 7 and 9 in the conference, 12 and 10 overall, still in 6th place, the final playoff berth. And right now, as the standings are, that would put Potsdam on the road at guess where? Geneseo for first-round playoff action. But a whole lot left to be determined with league games, 2 more of them next weekend. Geneseo with the win improves to 11 and 5 in conference. They are now 15 and 8 overall, and they ice their playoff berth. solidly in third place, and depending on what New Paltz does this afternoon, they could have worked their way into a second place tie with New Paltz. New Paltz just a game ahead starting play today at 11-4. It'd be awfully nice if we could get an update on that New Paltz game, but they are hosting Cortland and we do not have any report being offered. Alright, so that takes care of the Potsdam Bears women's basketball team here at home for the 21-22 campaign. It's been an entertaining one and a lot of gutsy play from this young Potsdam team. Ziel Bradford, Patience Riley, Diamond Hunter, Michaela Shipley, Madison McCormick, Jakia Howard, Kelsey Bennett, Allison Crosby, Caroline LaFountain, Lauren Martin, Mandy Barnell, Bella Barner, Madison Soroka, Abby Crahan, Jenna Cotter, and Deja Hall. Congratulations to them all for putting some entertaining basketball on the floor here at the Jerry Welch Gymnasium this season. And as has been the case for the last couple of seasons that we've been able to play here, things really looking up for this Potsdam Bears women's basketball team. They fall in a heartbreaker here this afternoon, Geneseo 56 and the Potsdam Bears 53. Stay tuned, we're about 15 minutes away from the start of the men's contest between Potsdam and Geneseo. The Bears men looking to rebound from a disappointing and emotional loss against Brockport here last night. They'll be taking on a pretty good Geneseo team coming up in about 15 minutes from now. So for now, thanks to Todd back at Mission Control for manning the board here this afternoon at the Mix 96.1 studios, and for Dan Bronson and the entire sports information crew here at SUNY Potsdam. I'm Warren Potter, hoping you'll come back and join us for men's action. Potsdam and Geneseo coming up shortly here on Mix 96.1. 1, 2, 3, 4, keep your flow on the floor. 5, 6, 7, 8, don't make them go down. 9, 10, 11, 1, 7, 1. I'm kill 14, 13. All right, Todd, they'll probably do senior day for the men in about 8 minutes or so. And we'll talk you down into the start of the men's contest. Thanks.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Get that little front and back. Pest control, who caught by rats? Who won't smoke with us? 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 I ain't all people real
during his 4 seasons. A Messina native, he has played in 85 games for Potsdam with 6 starts. During his career, Dante has scored 293 points, grabbed 154 rebounds, recorded 52 assists, and 39 steals. He scored a career-high 13 points in an 84-74 win at St. Lawrence on November 12, 2019. Today, he's accompanied by his mother, Tamara Lett, his father, Mike Viscovich, grandmother, Maureen Lett, and family members Xavier Viscovich, Zevin Viscovich, Enzo Viscovich, and Georgia Sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, Dante Viscovich, you have SUNY Potsdam Band Class of 2022.
Alright, senior day for the guys is done with, and national anthem should be coming up in about 5 minutes. we are close.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Geneseo for today's men's SUNYAC basketball contest, featuring the Knights of SUNY Geneseo and your SUNY Potsdam Bears! At this time, we ask fans to please rise for the playing of our national anthem.
Here we go. Hang tight. Second cue in 3, 2, 1, mark. 30 seconds to billboard. Seconds to billboard. 15. 10 seconds. 2, 1, and roll billboard, please. Thank you. Thank you again, and welcome back to the Jerry Welsh Gymnasium for what is most likely the final regular season game of the basketball season for the 21-22 campaign. Potsdam hosting Geneseo in men's play here this afternoon, live on the SUNY Potsdam Bearcast and Mix 96.1. The Potsdam women losing their final regular season home game in a heartbreaker against Geneseo earlier this afternoon. 56-53 the final score. Bears had battled back from down 15 early in the second half to tie the game on a couple of occasions, but just could not get over the hump. Bears had a couple opportunities at it with front court possessions late in the game, but just could not find the game tying or game winning shots. 56-53 the Lady Bears fall. And how do you like this matchup here this afternoon? This is a matchup between a pair of teams who enter play today at 8-7 in conference. Geneseo 10-11 overall, the Bears at 10-10 in their overall mark. Potsdam held on for a victory a couple of weeks ago, back on January 28th at Geneseo. Final score there was 59-56, despite the Bears' offense being held in check and held to just 21 second half points. Bears had built an 11-point halftime edge and held on for the 3-point victory, led by Tyrese Baptiste with a monster double-double of 18 points and 19 rebounds. Parker Kelly was next up with 10 points, and Jeff Williamson with 9. Now Potsdam will be starting their lone senior this year. It's Dante Viskovich, Messina's very own, who's had a nice career here as a real plug-in of energy off the bench here for the Potsdam program. So congratulations to Dante. He'll be getting started here this afternoon along with Parker Kelly, Jeff Williamson, Nishan Johnson, and Tyrese Baptiste. The Geneseo Knights, fresh off a hang-on for dear life victory last night at Plattsburgh State, will start Terrence Nichols, a grad 6'2 guard from New York Mills. Harrison Dignan, a 5'10 junior from Brewster. Michael Gannon, a 6'6 senior from Smithtown.
The Bears are coached by Jim Bechtel and assistant coaches
Cole Catan from Scarsdale. I'm going to go with Catan, K-A-T-T-A-N, 6'2 sophomore from Scarsdale. And also Jackson Gonseth, a senior 6'6. He stands out of Briarcliff Manor. All right, here we go. And as we look at the standings, if the Bears were going into playoff action, if the season were ending right now, the Bears would have a tiebreaker over Geneseo by virtue of their win. That would put the Bears in 5th place, which would have them traveling to Brockport. But lots to shake out yet. And the standings as they sit are not going to change a whole lot at the top, although New Paltz could conceivably break into a tie with their travel partner Oneonta. Oswego atop, Oneonta in second, New Paltz, Brockport, Geneseo, and Potsdam in that order as we are underway with an opening tip for the Bears. And Tyrese Baptiste, the Knights are going to come out aggressive in the man-to-man all the way out near half court is Harrison Dignan. He's a good ball handler and a good defender. As the Bears go to Williamson, now here's Tyrese, puts it on the floor. Stop and go move, Tyrese, power move, up and in. Bears on the board first, 2-0. We'll also be looking in on the men's game. Brockport at Plattsburgh. Brockport heavily favored in that one, coming off their big win here last night. The Bears down huge last night in probably the most emotion-filled game of the year for sure. Given the technical fouls, the coach being ejected and all that, but the Bears could not get over the hump. It's going to be Tyrese Baptiste, ball knocked out of his hand. Shot clock at 11. That's where what the Bears will be looking at the most here. Leading 2-0, Mishan Johnson leads it in short for Tyrese. Tyrese, triple team, kicks it out for Williamson. Left side, Viskovich for 3, long. Tyrese gets it. Tyrese scores it. 4-0 Bears. Oh, senior day jitters there, I'm thinking, from Dante Viskovich. But I suppose he should be credited with an assist on that. And now he forces a turnover. Viskovich jumping out on the ball handler, Catan. Potsdam 4, Geneseo no score. Williamson, top of the key. Right side it goes. Now down to Tyrese on the baseline, sends it through, up top. Mishan still on the dribble. Now guns it out for Williamson. Williamson hangs one up side of the lane. He scores. Bears open up 6-0. The live stats not catching up to any of the scoring as yet. We trust that they will at some point. We certainly hope they do. So we can track all the other numbers throughout this game. Most importantly, Potsdam with a 6-0 lead here early. Here's a leaner side jumper and a nice shot from Michael Gannon, the senior. Puts Geneseo on the board, 6-2 Potsdam. Mishan Johnson to the right corner for Kelly. Kelly, the Beekmantown product. First year for him here in the Potsdam program. Here is Tyrese, blocked down low. Has to dance over Jackson Gonseth, who had fallen to the floor. Geneseo back with the ball, trailing 6-2 here early. The Knights curl in with Terrence Nichols. Nichols to the outside. Here's a three on the way. It is a little bit long. High rebound. And Tyrese will get it. Looks at Mijan Johnson, who had fallen on that rebounding attempt, said, I got this, buddy. I'll bring it up and let you catch up. And those two playing catch, and now Viskovich high. From the hash mark, goes to Williamson off the screen for three. Good! Williamson puts the Bears up 9-2. Bears finding their shooting early on here. Here comes Dignan around a screen, pushes it right side to Nichols. Nichols, good scorer, back to Dignan. To the outside, caught at the heels by Catan. He'll bring it into the paint, dish it back, straight on three. It's good. A nice shot there from Jackson Gonza. Potsdam 9, Geneseo 5. Tyrese Baptiste dribbles right, keeps the dribble going, hands it off. Here is Kelly for three. I gotta tell you, after that loss last night, as heartbreaking a loss as it was, there were two players, as I was leaving after packing up, there were two players out on the floor shooting. One of them, Parker Kelly, as the Bears play a missed shot inside. And the Bears bring it back down. Kelly, and the other one was Colton Eustis. Here's Williamson picking up the ball, trying for three, comes up short. Potsdam 12, Geneseo 5. The Knights go for a corner three from Terrence Nichols. That falls off no good, and it's a lucky break for the Bears because he was not guarded very well down in that corner. Bears up 12-5. Almost 5 minutes into the game. Mijan Johnson guarded by Dignan, looking for the turnover. The handoff to Williamson coming out to help. Williamson, free throw line, good again. Jeff Williamson hitting early and often. So Tyrese Baptiste scored the first four. Potsdam up 14-5. Bounce pass, baseline, outside, straight on again. This three will not go for Jackson Gonza. Rebound Tyrese Baptiste. Tyrese dribbles into the front court. Tyrese still on the dribble. Had designs on going all the way in. We'll hand it off here to Kelly. 16-footer falls off the front rim. Catan with the rebound for Geneseo, trailing by 9. To the right for Nichols. Nichols hands it to Dignan. Dignan driving baseline. That's shut down outside. He'll come for a long two. Miss off the front rim by Catan. Bears on the run. Here's Williamson in deep. On his hip is the defender. Skip pass for Misha. Now Tyrese catches up to the play. Tyrese driving all the way in. Left it short. Gets it back. Scores it. Tyrese with 6. The Bears up 11 and a timeout on the floor. 13:56 to play in the first half. Potsdam 16 and Geneseo 5. We're still not getting the live stats to help us out here. But we can tell you with certainty that Tyrese Baptiste has 6 points already. And already a few rebounds on the offensive side. Update on the Potsdam women's hockey game at Plattsburgh State. And where did that go? Okay, second intermission, I think. And Plattsburgh with a 4-1 lead over visiting Potsdam. Bears playing much better defensively this afternoon than they did at the start of the game last night, which they gave up 5 goals in the first period. Both games at Plattsburgh State in NEWHL conference play. Late in the season for that group too. Here, Potsdam 16, Geneseo 5. Geneseo ball, Dignan, entry pass, a good one down low. Scoring on the reverse will be Michael Gannon. That was a nice pass, Mr. Dignan. Mijan Johnson, front court for Potsdam, off to Kelly on the wing. Kelly holds, puts it on the floor, swings it over to Michon Johnson. Now Williamson. Back to Michon, 13 to shoot. Here's looking at a man-to-man defense. Here's Kelly. Turnaround, baseline no good. Offensive rebound for Tyrese, but it gets it swatted out of his hand. Back the other way, Terrence Nichols and the Geneseo Knights. Nichols pushes it left side. For the new player on the floor, Ethan St. Lucia. St. Lucia, left wing corner, lobs it to the baseline. Back outside they go. St. Lucia opens up for a three and drops it. That's why he came in, the sophomore from Niskayuna. I'll make it 16-10. Potsdam still on top. Michon Johnson. Looking at a, what is this, a 1-1-3-1 or 1-2-2 zone? Pretty much what it looks like. Kelly left corner. Plays it off the hop. Shot clock now at 5. Corner 3, Colton Eustis, it is good. That post-game shooting clearly paying off for Colton Eustis, taking his first shot and knocking down the 3 out of the right wing corner to open up a 9-point lead once again. Potsdam 19-10. Dribble penetration out, it'll come for Dignan. Harrison Dignan driving to the rack, weak side putback, the touchback for Michael Gannon, following the initial miss, which kind of hung up on the rim long enough for Gannon to sneak through and tap it home. 19-12 Bears. Williamson for Tyrese Baptiste. Tyrese back outside. Michon straight on 3. It will fall off no good after a couple of hops. Rebound to Dignan. Dignan hits Nichols right wing. Nichols driving, stripped off the ball by Williamson. He'll hand it off. On the breakout, here come the Bears with Michon Johnson up the middle. Guns it right side. Eustis for 3. Good again! Colton Eustis. Bears up by 10. 11-11 to play first half. 22-12 Potsdam. Good ball movement, and that would be points off a turnover. Nice backdoor pass there. Space is shut down for Catan. They're going to go to St. Lucia. Misses this time with a bit of a challenge in front of him. Here comes Tyrese Baptiste. Baseline. Tall pass for Colton Eustis. Knocks it down. Here's Kelly straight on for 3. Yes, sirree! Potsdam 25, Geneseo 12. Boy, where were all these points last night? Must have been saving them for today, right? 25-12 Potsdam. Baseline, turnaround, fade shot, short. The miss by, who is that? Is that a new player? No, actually, that was Michael Gannon. Here's Kelly gonna try again. This one dies off the back rim. Tracked down the corner by Catan. Halfway through the first half, Bears up 25-12, Geneseo down, but with the ball, they've got a 3 on the way, no good. Offensive rebound is there, the give and the foul. First foul of the game will come with 9:57 to play in the first half. It'll go against Potsdam's Parker Kelly, and free throws coming here for Geneseo. We'll be looking in on Brockport at Plattsburgh on the men's side. And wow right now, as hitting his first 3 is Michael Gannon. Plattsburgh 21 and Brockport 22. Brockport 22-21 at Plattsburgh mid first half, men's side. Bears would not be unhappy at all with a Plattsburgh victory this afternoon against Brockport. Second try, misses, tapped, and Geneseo's going to get it back. Well, we saw a lot of this in the first game. 3-ball rounding off, but they're not able to score off that second chance. 25-13. Eustis fakes, drives in, lost the ball. He's making a real wide turn out in front of the net. Just lost control of the ball. Swung to the right side. Here's the 3 on the way. It skips off, no good. Williamson the rebound, following the miss by St. Lucia. Bears transitioning, leading 25-13. Empty the last couple of trips down the floor. Playing 4 on the outside. Here's the baseline drive outside for Kelly now. Kelly holds, drops it off to Eustis. Skips it to Michon Johnson. Gunned underneath. Turn around. Tough shot. Great shot anyway. For Silla off the Potsdam bench. Bears up 14, 27-13. Ray Grabowski on the floor now for the Knights. He'll head toward the right wing corner as the play is up high for Terrence Nichols. Now the Knights back away with the shot clock under 10. Nichols driving in. Tough off-balance shot. No good. Air ball to Colton Eustis. Here's Eustis on the move. Looking behind him. Gets Williamson back to Eustis. Corner 3. Knocks down another one. Colton Eustis on fire. And the Bears on fire offensively as well. Timeout on the floor with 8 minutes, 26 seconds to play in the first half. Potsdam 30, Geneseo 13. Potsdam Bears basketball. This afternoon, the final regular season home games. Bears still not eliminated from a home playoff berth as they sit in a 5th place tie with Geneseo right now. So together, these two teams holding down the 5th and 6th playoff spots, which right now are travel spots. Top 2, which right now are Oswego. Oswego likely to stay in the number 1 position, nationally ranked, with just 2 overall losses on the season and 1 in conference at 14-1. Oneonta has clinched the playoff berth as well. Second place at 11-4. But boy, things really tighten up right behind Oneonta. New Paltz enters play today at 10-5. 10-5 New Paltz. Brockport at 9-5. Geneseo and Potsdam both at 8-7. Potsdam is able to get into 9-win territory this afternoon. Boy, it starts to make things even more interesting heading into the final SUNYAC weekend. Next weekend on the road, Oneonta and New Paltz for the Potsdam basketball teams. First things first, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Potsdam 30, Geneseo 13. Bears pressing at midcourt, nearly forced turnover, but it'll be Harrison Dignan with the ball. Almost lost his dribble. Moves it left side. Nothing open for Grabowski. Dignan against an active 2-3 Potsdam zone. Straight on shot. Off, no good. The rebound put back to try. That's missed. And the Bears are away with it. Here's Eustis. Eustis leaves it for Michon. Corner 3. Williamson. No good. Rebound. Secured by Gannon. Still 30-13. The Bears out in front here on home court, the Jerry Welsh Gymnasium. Finally, they get Nichols to open up for the pass. Nichols gets it back, pushes it to the corner, right wing 3, and it's good. Nice shot there from Harrison Dignan. Potsdam 30, Geneseo 16, and the ball stolen away from Williamson by Dignan. Cross court for Grabowski. Grabowski's going to wait for some help. Silla's going to jump out and guard his number 1 counterpart. Both wearing number 1 on the unis. Knights in the home whites here this afternoon. Bears in the road blacks, and there's a basket mid-range from Ethan St. Lucia. 4 straight points, make it, I think, 5 straight points actually for Geneseo. You close within a dozen at 30-18. Full court pressure. Bears will move it up to Colton Eustis. Houston's going to drive and score on the lay-in. 32-18 Bears. St. Lucia. And now Nichols. Nichols, I want to say that perhaps he transferred in from Buffalo over to Geneseo. Not sure on that one. Turnaround shot, nice from Michael Gannon. And Potsdam's lead trimmed back to 12 again. Both teams looking to make some multiple changes. With the Bears bringing in for Silla. Silla driving in, fouled on the floor. Yep, he caught Harrison Dignan moving. And Dignan could not recover defensively. He gets called for the block. That'll be the first foul on the Knights here in the first half. The Bears with just one of their own, and we are 14 minutes in. Yeah, just 6 minutes, 2 seconds to go here in the first half. Lobbed inbound to Tyrese Baptiste. Tyrese going to work down low. Draws the double team. Outside it goes. Silla. Corner for Oduro. Good for three. Oduro Jr. Isaac off the bench. Again producing for the Bears. Dignan's going to tee up a three. Leaves it long. Rebound for Tyrese Baptiste. Bears with a 15-point lead. Looking for more with Todd. Catch, shoot. A little bit long. Couple of hops and off. Rebound to St. Lucia. 5.5 to go, first half. Amadou Silla playing some great defense right now. St. Lucia left open. Misses off the wing, and Oduro fouled coming down with the rebound. This will go against Jackson Gonza. With 5:15 to show on the first half clock. Team foul number 2 against the Knights. Still no live stats coming our way. Update on hockey, third period early. 6-1 Plattsburgh at home over the Potsdam women. As Potsdam driving in, it will get to Tyrese Baptiste. It's going to be a hard-earned assist, I would think, for Colton Eustis to put the Bears up 37-20. Under 5 to go in the first half. Sebastian Pacquiao. Baseline, dumps it underneath, tipped away. Here come the Bears on the run. Bears running it out 3-on-3. Now they'll slow it down. Oduro. Eustis picks up his dribble, goes to Oduro, top of the key. Back for Eustis. Down low, just up off the baseline for Tyrese. Mid-range, in and out. He got robbed. Pacquiao to the wing. Around for Grabowski. And now Catan. Left side, here's St. Lucia. Driving baseline, tries to send it through. Does. Shot clock now at 10 for Geneseo. Out of the corner comes Pacquiao. Pacquiao sneaks it out here for Catan. Catan driving in. Throws one up. No good. Rebound. Silla again. Here come the Bears. Silla dishes to Eustis. Shot got blocked just a bit, I think. Hear that, or came off at the heel of his hand real flat. Grabowski looks to answer at the other end to bring his team back a little bit, but misses on a long bomb. And timeout Potsdam as Tyrese Baptiste brings it in the front court. The Bears just want a little breather here in a fast-paced game. 3:27 before halftime. Potsdam 37, Geneseo 20. As you know by now, if you've been with us throughout the afternoon, the Potsdam women fall to the Geneseo Knights 56-53. Geneseo never trailed in the game. Bears came back from as many as 15 down early in the third quarter to tie the game, and it was a nip and tuck affair. And to their credit, the Bears had their opportunities. They had the possessions in the final minute of play. One or two possessions, I think, for a potential winning shot, and a couple more possessions for a potential game-tying shot. They just could not find the right basket at the right time and fall 56-53. The men off to a terrific start here, 37-20 with 3:20 to play in the first half. Silla Holds against Grabowski. Now he starts to drive. Silla swings it back out for Eustace. Eustace for Pod. Left side three. It's good. Brian Pod, the second half three-point specialist, puts the Bears up by 20 with 3 minutes to go in the half. Cole Catan pushes it right side to St. Lucia. St. Lucia gets it back. And now Pacquiao. As the Bears, I think, will get called on a foul. They will. It'll be a shooting foul. And to the line will go Sebastian Pacquiao, first-year player from White Plains and Valhalla High School. 6-foot guard. To the line, shooting 2. First one spins off, no good. Wow. That was even worse than the missed field goal by Tyrese. Halfway down the cylinder and back out. Actually, let me correct the pronunciation on that. Pacheco, P-A-C-H-E-C-O, hits a second. Sebastian on the score sheet. Potsdam 40, Knights 21. Pressure at midcourt. Bears break it to the corner. Eustace for 3. More! And I do declare that is 4 times 3 for Colton Eustace here in the first half. We'll have to wait until halftime to get all the numbers because, again, the live stats are not working right now. Here's Grakowski. Baseline spins off, no good. Rebound, Tyrese. Quick outlet to Oduro. Oduro looking around, sees a little opening down low. Outside for Pod. Right arc. That one floats off, no good. And back out come the Knights. Slowed down in the backcourt. They'll pass it across for Gonset. Grakowski wide open. Straight on 3. Good. Grabowski, rather. Raymond Grabowski. 6-foot junior guard from Ward Melville High School. Bears break the token full court pressure. Leading 43-24 with 1:35 to play in the first half. Eustace gets the pick from Tyrese. Uses it and gets fouled in the act of shooting a shot that almost dropped in for 3. Colton Eustace will have 3 free throws coming his way. Colton Eustace shooting 3. Geneseo with a player waiting to check back in. Looks like it's Harrison Dignan. Williamson and also Viskovich waiting to come in for the Bears. Colton Eustace hits his first of 3 free throws. Eustace, his second try. Good. Tyrese out. Viskovich back in. Pod out. Williamson back in. Need a 3? Call Brian Pod. He's hit 2 of them on that shift off the bench. Colton Eustace misses the 3rd. That hits 2. Put his team up by 21. 45-24. 1:20 on the first half clock. Harrison Dignan. Back again for Grabowski. Back for Dignan. He'll set up on the right side. Drives toward the free throw line. Gunned around toward the left corner. Well guarded there. Catch and shoot from way outside, but it's good anyway for Cole Catan. Sophomore from Scarsdale. 2-2-1 zone trap. Final minute of play here in the first half. Bears break the trap easily. And Isaac Oduro Jr. will run things here with now 15 to shoot. Oduro, Williamson open left corner. Tees up the 3. Jeff Williamson has another one. And the Bears offense is clicking here in the first half. 48-27, half a minute to go. Catan holds against Viskovich. Goes right side, Dignan. 12 to shoot. Dignan's going to catch. Fakes outside. Drives inside. Pitches to the baseline. Underneath. Turn to the basket. Nice finish there by Michael Gannon. 7 seconds. Now 6, 5, 4. It's O'Darrow. Long range. Oh, off the rim. No good. Rounded it off. So Potsdam's lead will be 19 going into halftime. Your score here at the break. The Potsdam Bears 48. The Geneseo Knights 29. Senior Day honoring Dante Viskovich, Messina's very own. With his family on hand here as he is honored pregame. Viskovich with some good minutes in the first half. Potsdam scoring from multiple sources. Early on, Tyrese Baptiste inside. Then came the air attack from Colton Eustis, Brian Pod, Jeff Williamson and company. And the Bears with a nice, healthy margin of advantage here at the break. Potsdam 48 and Geneseo 29. We'll wait till we get a printout of our first half numbers since the live statistics are still not working here halfway through the game. Oddly enough, they were just fine once they put in the starting lineups for both squads, but none of the actual in-game play has gotten rolling yet. Update on women's hockey. Mid-third period at Plattsburgh. It's the Cardinals 6 and the Potsdam women's hockey team 2. Potsdam with goals from Emily Delonov and another for transfer Megan Teachout. But the Bears still down by 4 at Plattsburgh. Let's see what else we got going on here. Can we get an update on the Plattsburgh men's game against Brockport? We can. And Brockport is pulled away from a close game there with 2 minutes to play until halftime there in Plattsburgh. Similar score as to what we have here. Very close, actually. Brockport leading at Plattsburgh 47 to 29. Plattsburgh nearly pulled off an upset of Geneseo at home last night before the Knights rallied for a 3-point victory late. 49-29. Brockport at Plattsburgh late first half. You guys know that live stats are down, right? Live stats. All right, here we go with our first half numbers as provided to us by the crack crew here of sports information people at SUNY Potsdam. For the Geneseo Knights, 11 of 30 from the field, including 5 of 18 from beyond the arc. And that would put Geneseo at 36.7% from the field, 2 for 4 at the free throw line. The Bears, with their 48 points on 18 of 32 shooting, yeah, you want to hear a pretty hot number right now? 56.3% success rate from the floor. Almost identical are the three-point numbers, 10 out of 18. And the Bears are 2 for 3 at the free throw line. The individual numbers look like this. Geneseo with one player in double figures right now. That is Michael Gannon, who leads his team with 11 points and 5 rebounds. Other points coming from Ethan St. Lucia with 5, 3 apiece for Grabowski, Catan, Dignan, and Gonzalez, and a single point from Pacheco. And the Bears spreading the wealth themselves. Colton Eustis, 4 of 5 from beyond the arc, 5 for 7 overall. He has 16 points already, Colton Eustis, for the Bears. Jeff Williamson with a pair of three-pointers. He has 10 points for Potsdam. 8 points so far for Tyrese Baptiste. 6 from Parker Kelly on a couple of 3 balls of his own. 3 apiece for Brian Pod. I thought Brian had a couple of threes, but he's got just the one so far. Isaac Adora Jr. with the 3. Jeff Williamson, I thought he had a... Yeah, he does. Oh, I told you about Williamson. You know what? I gotta recalculate here. Eustace leading the way with 16. Williamson with 10. 8 points from Baptiste, 6 from Kelly. Then we have Oduro and Pod each with 3. And Silla with 2 points here at the break. Okay, there we go. Bears have been up by as many as 22, leading by 19 here at the break. There we go. We're caught up with that. The halftime numbers as provided to us by the Potsdam Athletic Communications staff on site here at the Jerry Welsh Gymnasium for this afternoon's final regular season home games. Bears are going to need some help to get themselves in position to earn a home playoff berth. They are right now, well, not that far out of one. Here are the standings once again, starting play today. They are interesting, and they certainly do not keep they do keep the Bears right in the mix of things. Oswego, nationally ranked top 20. They are pretty secure in first place. 3 games behind them is Oneonta. So it's Oswego at 14-1, Oneonta 11-4. Could Oneonta technically catch Oswego? Yes, they could with today's game and 2 more remaining next weekend. New Paltz comes next at 10-5. Then it is Brockport in 4th place, leading at Plattsburgh right now. They are at 9-5. And then the tie for 5th place right now is Geneseo and Potsdam, both at 8-7. Cortland fighting hard to get into playoff position, but they start play today 2.5 games back. They still must have a date. Let's see. They must have a date with their travel partner yet. As Cortland has played 14 games. Same case for Buff State, Fredonia. They have played 14 games as well. Those 2 teams eliminated along with Plattsburgh from postseason possibilities. The numbers are interesting. Right now, Geneseo tied with Potsdam in the standings, but assuming a Potsdam win here this afternoon, which I'm not ready to do yet, but based on the way this league can be, but Potsdam certainly in good position here at halftime. And Potsdam having already won at Geneseo. So Potsdam's still in pretty good position to secure a playoff position. And a top 4 not out of reach for the Bears quite yet. A win today puts them at 9 wins heading into the final weekend on the road at Oneonta and New Paltz. The two teams that are in 3rd and 2nd places respectively. It's going to be quite the finish for the men's SUNYAC basketball standings. That's for darn sure. All right, so you're caught up on all the numbers here at halftime as the Potsdam Bears shooting north of 55% from the floor, and they have a nice 19-point lead here at the break. Second half, about 7 minutes away from now. When we come back, the Bears will look to continue building on and improving upon a 48-29 halftime lead over Geneseo. Potsdam Bears basketball finishing out the regular season here on home floor this afternoon, live on the SUNY Potsdam Bearcast and on Mix 96.1. We're back in a few minutes. All right, Todd, talk to you in about 5. All right, Mix 96.1, let's cue up our 30-second countdown to Billboard. Ready, mark, and 30 seconds. Billboard in 20. Billboard up in 10. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and roll that billboard, please and thank you. And back here at the Jerry Wells Gymnasium inside of SUNY Potsdam's Maxey Hall, I'm Warren Potter. It's ahead of the start of the second half. A beautiful first half for the Potsdam offense. 48-29, they lead Geneseo here at halftime. Well, we're starting to get some scores trickling in from around the league. There's some interesting stuff going on and has gone on. Oswego did the Potsdam women a huge favor by knocking off Oneonta at Oneonta this afternoon. 56-52 final there. So the Bears do not lose any ground to the team ahead of them. All right. So Oneonta just ahead of the Bears in the standings. Potsdam still, I believe, in 6th place. Yes. So Potsdam now 7-9, and Oneonta at 8-8 following their loss. Okay, so that's for starters. Other finals: Cortland at New Paltz Falls. New Paltz at home, 51-42. And we know about the other finals, including the one here. Halftime in men's play. We've told you about the Brockport 15-point lead at Plattsburgh. New Paltz right now hanging on at halftime, a 1-point lead at home against visiting Cortland. Remember, Cortland, a team that dismantled the Bears in Cortland a couple weekends ago. Or was that just last weekend? I guess maybe it was, right? Whenever it was recently. And Cortland trying to battle for a playoff berth, but New Paltz holding on right now, 31-30, and the Knights just barely get it in play here to start off the second half, trailing 48-29 here in Potsdam. Likely the final home game for the Potsdam men's team, although they are still in the mix for a home playoff berth. Heading into next weekend's SUNYAC finales. Here's Hustis catching straight on. His shot for three, no good. The rebound claimed by Jackson Gonset. Head for Harrison Dignan. Dignan hands it off. And now Catan on the weave. Catan goes baseline, leans toward the basket, puts up the short jumper, no good. Way over the back comes Gannon, doesn't get called. And he'll get the rebound. And now Gannon again driving toward the corner, almost picked off here. Knights will keep it outside the shot for three. It is no good. Off the back iron, and the rebound this time. Up ahead for the Bears, and a foul. Michon Johnson following that rebound from Tyrese Baptiste. Motored his way down the floor, draws the contact on the shot. That means shots times 2 at the free throw line here. Second foul on Cole Catan, and the first foul of the half either way. 1:05 into the second here. Rattling with that one out is Michon Johnson. You gotta love the future of both Potsdam basketball teams, given the depth of talent that the coaches have amassed and built into the programs. Michon Johnson good on the second shot to put his team back up in front by 20, 49-29. Baseline shut down for Catan. He'll bring it out for Dignan. Around left corner, fake shot out of the corner for Gonset. He'll drive in, moving the foul. Actually, 2 free throws coming here. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'm sorry. He did score on that. I thought he did. I got caught looking down at my stats. Finishing off a 3-point play, it comes off no good. So they get 2 out of that trip. 49-31 Potsdam. Token pressure. But it's Tyrese and Michon playing catch. Ball tip, but Kelly will get it. Kelly gives back to Williamson, and the Bears will reset with 12 on the shot clock. Took a good long while to move that ball up to where it is. Here's Williamson. Williamson, free throw line, gives it to Tyrese. Turn around in traffic, no good. Came up to a little bit short. Not the most open shot in the world. So down by 18, back come the Knights. Terrence Nichols. Nichols off the pick, loses the ball, gets it back at midcourt. Plenty of time on the shot clock. For Gannon. Gannon leaning in from inside the arc. He hits a long 2. So a mini run here by the Geneseo Knights to pull within 16 at 49-33. Bears have it here. Here goes Kelly to work. And that's a charge. Standing him up was Michael Gannon. Kelly thought he had more space than that. He did not. So the Bears a little bit cold here offensively to start the second half. Geneseo starting to hit some shots. They're down by 16 and with the ball. Just about 3 minutes gone by, second half. Dignan, top the key on the dribble to the side of the lane. Driving deep, gets rid of it outside now for Gonset. Shot clock inside 5. Fourth shot, no good. Turned over to the waiting Michon Johnson. Michon loses the ball, gets it back. Goes over to Williamson. See the Bears run the half-court set. Michon picks up his dribble, gets rid of it to Tyrese, baseline. Tyrese stripped of the ball. Turned over to Harrison Dignan. Here come Dignan and the Knights again. Left side, fake 3, and then they're going to get Kelly on a little, I don't know, I guess a reach-in. He will argue that, but to no avail. That'll be Parker Kelly's second personal foul and the team's third here at the start of the second half. 2.5 minutes in. Make it 3.5 minutes in. 49-33 Potsdam. Williamson pokes the ball away, but they get it back to the Knights. The Knights working with Cole Catan. Here's a 3 on the way. No good, and over the back for sure this time comes Michael Gannon after the Bears got a good box out. Shot missed by Gonza. Incidentally, Bears need to regain a little bit of the swagger that propelled them to a 19-point halftime lead. Leading 49-33 right now. Here goes Kelly to work. Inside out, pass tipped. It'll stay with the Bears. Tipped by Dignan, who's really jumping out defensively right now and interrupting some of the Bears' offensive flow. Williamson will yield to Michon Johnson for the side out. Michon needs a target, guns it into Kelly. Michon up from the corner, across to Williamson for 3. It is good. Jeff Williamson on a long cross-court assist from Tyrese Baptiste. Bears back up by 19. There goes Nichols to work. After Dignan. Left arc to the baseline. Actually a little high-low game turnaround. 2 is off the back iron, no good. Rebound for Michon Johnson on the move. Michon almost tripped to the ball. He'll keep going all the way through. Dishes back. Eustace fakes outside. And Eustace will yield the ball to Tyrese, and the Bears will set up in their half-court offense. Left corner. Here goes Eustace. Sneaks through and scores. Colton Eustace, what a game he is having here today. Eustace now with 18 points. And Potsdam tying now their largest lead of the game at 21. Backdoor cut hoop and the foul for Harrison Dignan. That'll stem the tide a bit. Beautiful pass to get him the ball, and Dignan, despite being just 5'10", not afraid to go into the land of giants. Scores with a chance to make it a three-point play. And the Southpaw does. Potsdam 54, Geneseo 36. The Southern road trip, Oneonta and New Paltz. Next weekend to finish out the regular season for the Bears basketball teams. As Potsdam operates with Tyrese Baptiste, misses once, can't get the rebound. Yes, Tyrese, you were contacted over the back, but the play continues along. Here, Tyrese, what a pin on that shot by Catan. Oh my! He absolutely pinned that ball to the glass. Bears get it back and throw it away. Kelly caught leaning in as Michon Johnson made the blind pass behind him. Substitution. Tyrese coming out. Silla returns. 6 minutes gone by here in the second half. Potsdam 54, Geneseo 36. They're building big leads in the first half. There's the backdoor tipped out of bounds. Well read defensively by Parker Kelly as they were trying to hook up with a backdoor cut by Michael Gannon. Gannon, the Knights' tallest player on the floor right now, a 6'6" senior from Smithtown. Baseline, no good. Rebound picked up in the lane by Michon Johnson. Ahead for Silla. Silla sneaks by and scores! Oh, what a move at the last possible second. The sneak by that defender who was trying to draw a charge. Silla has the Bears back up by 20. Corner three, not there. Cole Catan will drive and score on the left-handed lay-in. And a nice one at that. 56-38, the Bears here on home court. Potsdam women losing a heartbreaker early, 56-53. But still in playoff position as they head into the final SUNYAC weekend next weekend. Missed shot mid-range from Kelly. With 13 to play. Dignan finds himself wide open, knocks down to 2. Geneseo. Some zone pressure. Silla will bring it across and distribute to Kelly, who in turn skips it over to Michon Johnson. Bears up 56-40. Here goes Silla to work. Outside Eustace for 3. Oh, mercy. Colton Eustace. As clean a shot from out there as you are ever going to see. And Eustace now. Let's see if that score updates. It should. It should update to 21 for Colton Eustace, and it does. He has gone 7 for 10 from the floor, 5 3-pointers for Colton Eustace. 21 points overall for him. His team leading by 19. Ball just kept alive by the Knights with 10 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Tim Giblin on the floor. Almost loses the ball, gets it back, turns around, shoots for 3. It pops off the back rim, no good. Here's Eustace, 1-on-2, pull up. Tries to dump it underneath. I don't know if that got deflected or what. But Geneseo will get it back. Giblin sends it off now to Catan for three. It's good. And it's a 16-point lead once again. As we are proud to and happy to welcome in the Potsdam cheerleading squad this afternoon. As the local college campuses try to return to some sense of normalcy. Eustace can't hit that one, but Kelly will get the tap out. Kelly turn around, leans it up, no good, and tap down now to Giblin in the corner. He's bottled up but gets rid of it. Ahead for Grabowski. Grabowski's going to run to the basket. Hoop in the... No! He's called on the charge! He's called on the charge, isn't he? I think. No? I thought that was a charge called. I guess not. I guess it's going to be a defensive foul against Eustace. Go figure. So it'll be Grabowski hooping the foul. He's cut the Potsdam lead down to 14 with 11:11 to go. And Grabowski will hit the bonus. 59-46. Potsdam's lead trimmed, and then a foul here. Williamson draws one against Catan. On the block in front of the Potsdam bench. Well, see how well the Bears are able to weather this mini storm at the mid portion of the second half. As Geneseo has battled from 21 down to be 13 down now. Eustace, corner three, Williamson, short, and the rebound for St. Lucia. St. Lucia who can fire the long ball himself. Catan goes to Grabowski, runs baseline, tough angle shot. There's the follow and the putback for Tim Giblin, 6-foot sophomore from Central Square. And the Geneseo Knights crawling their way back into contention. They'll get a timeout with 10 minutes, 34 seconds to play in the second half. Potsdam 59, Geneseo 48. Men's play in Plattsburgh. Brockport holding on pretty well, 60-43 at Plattsburgh. They're about 5 minutes into the second half there. And we'll see if by chance we have any further updates from around SUNYAC in men's action. Cortland has gone out in front of New Paltz at New Paltz, 51-48, with 11 plus minutes remaining there. I told you Brockport at Plattsburgh with still a nice, comfortable lead. But the lead here for the Potsdam Bears not as comfortable as it was about 5 minutes ago. And they have pushed it back up to 21. It's down to 11. Combination of Potsdam missed shots and Geneseo made shots. And pretty simple. 10 minutes, 34 seconds to play. Gannon leads the Knights with 13 points. Colton Eustace right in front of us here at midcourt. The game high 21. He's at 5 3-pointers. He's back out there, of course, now. Williamson, and now it'll be Mishan Johnson. Silla over in the right corner. Williamson will get it. Gives to Silla. Baseline, Tyrese. Tyrese just gets rid of his man and scores. Ethan St. Lucia did not stand a chance. Nice basket off the timeout. Inside for the Bears this time. Teeing up a three, left wing. It comes off no good from Michael Gannon. Bears get the rebound and the ball back. Leading 61-48, under 10. Baseline, Tyrese. Draws the defense. Back outside. Gets it back. Skips it out to Williamson. Corner. Eustace, three. Good again. Colton Eustace, 6 3-pointers on the day and 24 points. What a comeback game after the disappointment last night. 64-48 the Bears. And a foul away from the ball pretty much against Potsdam. And that's going to be Potsdam team foul number 7, or is the ball just tipped out? I guess it's just tipped out. Okay, not a foul. Now, Potsdam does have 16 fouls. There's a block by Williamson inside, and it's out of bounds. Keep it with Geneseo. 16 to shoot. Williamson out in pod returns. Brian Pod, little used guard in his first season a couple years ago, but boy, has he found his range from the outside. Grabowski hands it off. Elbow jumper knocked down by Michael Gannon. Potsdam 64, Geneseo 50. 9:05 to play. Bears to the front court for Michon, right side. And now Tyrese back to Michon. Into the corner. Pod for 3. Nope, a little bit long this time for number 3. Down by 14, Geneseo with the ball. Grabowski on the dribble, bounces it out. Here's Gibley driving in. And Giblin, that is, scoring inside. Dancing his way into the paint. Geneseo within a dozen. Silla still in the backcourt. Passes across. Gets it back from Pod. Silla looks to his bench for a little guidance. Bears go to the corner. Again. Oh, rounding up. Offensive rebound. Silla gives it to Tyrese. Hoop and a foul. Well, Colton Eustace misses out of the corner. Silla gets the rebound. Gives it to Tyrese. Tyrese powers up and in and draws a foul. And that's how well things have gone for much of the game for these Bears offensively this afternoon. 8:12 to go. Tyrese Baptiste looking to finish off a 3-point play. It's up, and it's good. Back up by 15 go the Bears. 67-52. Bears looking for the season sweep against a team they are tied with in the standings. Entering play today. Giblin outside misses. Rebound Silla. No defensive pressure down court this time. As Bears go to the corner right side this time for Eustace, back for Tyrese. Tyrese dishes to the wing. Across Eustace, right arc. Around and off again. Rebound this time to Ethan St. Lucia. Grabowski. St. Lucia. Left side looks to his bench, and Coach Steve Minton in his 22nd season at the helm of the Knights wants a timeout. Potsdam 67, Geneseo 52. With 7 minutes and 22 seconds to play. Looks like they've gone final in the women's hockey game. In the end, a similar outcome from the Lady Bears at Plattsburgh as the Cards take down the Bears 7-2, sweeping the weekend pair in NEWHL action. Not a surprise given the stature of the Plattsburgh team. But the Potsdam women certainly are starting to find some scoring. And how about Ellie Zerflu today? Yes, she gave up 7 goals, but she also stopped 56. Yes. 7 goals given up on 63 shots. Yeah, she's got 56 saves. That's pretty good. But the Bears do fall 7-2. They will be in action this coming week as we wrap up our regular season coverage and hopeful for another basketball home game, which would be first round of the playoffs. And let's see if we can catch what we're doing here this coming weekend into next weekend. It's going to be hockey, we know that much. And we'll check on that a little bit as Brian Pod kicked ball, forcing Geneseo to reset with Tim Giblin. Giblin will check out now. Dignan returns. Geneseo coming off the timeout as Terrence Nichols returns to the floor as well. He gets the ball in the inbounds. Quickly gives it back to Dignan. And now Dignan off to Grabowski. Dribbles left, passes left. Dignan, a turnaround shot. That's going to drop in for Ethan St. Lucia from about 17 feet away. 13 points is the Potsdam lead with 6:45 to play. Silla triple team. Gives it Tyrese, gets it back. Here's Silla. Lots of speed. And the pass over for Mishon Johnson. Mishon dribble penetration outside Pod for three. Around and off. Last three Bears long-range shots have suffered the same fate. Spinning off. 6:20 on the clock. Geneseo down by 13 points with the ball. To the right corner. Nichols. Off he goes to St. Lucia. Hits the three, and it's a 10-point game. I think the Bears are going to have to start going back inside again for some higher percentage shots. The three is not falling right now for the Bears. Although Colton Eustace is going to be checking back in momentarily. Mishon Johnson holds, puts it down low, and it's turned over. Swatted away from behind, and Geneseo can get it down to single numbers. Catch, wait, shoot, and coming up short is Terrence Nichols with a wide open three try. Bears catch a bit of a break right there. Here comes Williamson. Back outside now. It's Silla. Wants to go baseline. What a ball fake and a score! My, some of the drives to the basket this afternoon, some of the scoring plays for Potsdam really have been impressive. With that basket by Silla, the Bears are up by 12 once again. With a timeout on the floor, 69-57, the Bears. Look at our broadcast schedule. Here's what we've got cooking. I think, where are we at here? Right now, on our broadcast schedule, which was drawn up, of course, long before the season started off, right now we are set to bring you women's hockey against Morrisville. It's coming Friday night at 7 o'clock, but something tells me we have a little bit more than that. Let's see what the women's schedule looks like here. As we get the old scroll down here. Yes, I'm pretty certain we are going to be bringing you Potsdam women's hockey home game against Oswego this coming Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock. All right, so Tuesday at 7, and then Friday night. Actually, now that's a Sunday 2 o'clock game against Morrisville. All right, so yeah, check your local listings certainly. But that's what we're looking at. Tuesday night against Oswego, Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock, as Geneseo has a missed shot inside. Bears will get it back leading by 12. And we'll finalize that final weekend, or final week of regular season coverage. Williamson, corner three, left side, no good. Tyrese is going to get, oh man, really? Over the back? That didn't look like much. Did not look like much. So Geneseo will get the ball back. Just over 4.5 minutes remain. Potsdam 69, Geneseo 57. But again, that does look like what our final week of regular season coverage is going to look like. Tuesday night, women's hockey against Oswego, 7 o'clock. Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock, women's hockey versus Morrisville. All right. At the line is Ethan St. Lucia. Front end of the 1-and-1 is good. That was team foul number 7 on Potsdam. That over-the-back call against Tyrese Baptiste, which is his third. St. Lucia hitting the first, earning a second try, and he hits them both. So back to a 10-point Potsdam advantage with 4.5 minutes to go. Bears want to really be taking care of the ball here now. As walking into the double team but getting rid of the ball is Mishon Johnson. Gets it back from Silla. Silla calls for it, flanking him to his left. Entry pass, outside it goes. Straight on 3, no good for Mishon Johnson. So a little bit surprised that the Bears are not just re-establishing their inside game with the likes of Silla and Baptiste. To cut the lead to single digits. There's the shot and the make. It's a 3 for Terrence Nichols. And Potsdam's lead, once at 21, is down to 7. 3:40 to go. Passing out of the potential trap is Johnson. Now it'll be Tyrese Baptiste. Tyrese gives the ball to Silla. Silla driving in. Floats it up there, draws the foul. I think the Bears really need to do more of that. Just pound the ball inside. That, of course, will open up a little bit more space on the outside. Hamidou Silla to the line for the Bears. First trip this afternoon for him. Shooting 2. His first is in the air and short. Somebody look out for Terrence Nichols. Now he'll get some company. He's in Geneseo's front court right now. As Silla looks to hit one of these anyway. He does. 1 for 2 at the line. Potsdam 70 and Geneseo 62. Not exactly the same as their first meeting. The margins are different, but Potsdam at Geneseo, a relatively high-scoring first half, an 11-point lead. The offense got shut down in a big way in the second half, but they still held on for the victory. This afternoon, the Bears have 24 points from this player in front of me, Colton Eustis. And they lead 70-62. They get the ball back after a miss at the other end. Tyrese Baptiste. Tyrese going to town. Foul. And I think this foul will go against St. Lucia. Team foul number 5 on the Knights with 3:02 to play. It's a shooting foul. Actually, it'll go against Dignan, his second. Tyrese Baptiste to the line. Don't know what he's arguing here. He's got a couple of free throws coming. Clock stops at 3:02. And before the free throws, a timeout on the floor. 3:02 on the clock. Potsdam 70, Geneseo 62. Potsdam shooting as a team has cooled off a bit. They're still at 48.1%. Geneseo's has improved markedly. They are now up to 40.7%. Geneseo has hit 8 3-pointers, but the Bears have 13. 6 of them from Colton Eustis. He is the game high scorer right now by a good stretch with 24 points in all. Quick check around the league. Let's see what's cooking out there in Suniac land. As we get the refresh. All right, what do we have? Final score. Oh, check that. That's women. Let's get down to the men's action. Cortland at New Paltz is looking to put up their 7th conference victory and stay in the hunt for a playoff berth. They lead at New Paltz, 2nd place New Paltz, 70-62 with 1:09 to play. Brockport all over Plattsburgh, 85-58 second half, as Tyrese Baptiste hits his first free throw. No update on Fredonia Buff State or Oswego at Oneonta. Hits them both, does Tyrese. So the Bears are going to have Cortland nipping at their heels still. So a win here this afternoon is going to mean, I think, a whole lot to this Potsdam team. 2:40 to play. Bears up by 10. Inside shot, Grabowski, it falls off. Offensive rebound. The putback is there for St. Lucia. Somehow he got loose inside. It's an 8-point ball game. Full court pressure on the zone. Looking for the trap. The Bears will pass through it. Williamson will slow it down. Now Mishan Johnson. Back for Tyrese Baptiste. Dignan will jump out on Mishan and hit him in the face. That's a foul. You can't do that. You can't do that and get away with it in most cases. So the foul made will be team number 7 for the Geneseo squad. So both teams in the single bonus. Starting right now. Nishan Johnson at the free throw line, shooting 1 and 1. The front end is good. Nishan tucks it home. Nishan with another opportunity coming here. To put his team back up by 10, misses. Offensive rebound for Kelly, fresh off the bench as the starter returns. Bears get it back. Big possession as we cross through the 2-minute mark. Here's Williamson in and out of traffic, hangs one up there, no good, back rim. Rebound for Ray Grabowski. Knights not out of it yet, down by 9, 73-64 Potsdam. Dignan turns around, blocked by Kelly, picked up in the paint by Tyrese, almost stolen away, and it is by Dignan. Knights get it back. Dignan fakes the 3, resets with Grabowski. 1:30 to go in the game. Knights down by 9. Here goes Terrence Nichols to work. Through pass, left corner. Grabowski fouled in the act of shooting. He's going to go to the line and have 3 cracks at it with 1:29 remaining. He can make it a 2-possession game with 3 made free throws. Fouled by Mishan Johnson. Way too hard to box out in that corner by Mishan. Up and in. Geneseo has outscored Potsdam here in the second half, 37-25. Indeed, shades of their first meeting down to Finger Lakes a few weeks ago. Really just a couple of weeks ago, right? Dignan hits that one, and it is now 73-66, so he goes 2 out of 3. Still a 3-possession Potsdam lead, and the Bears get the timeout. It'll be a full timeout, coming with 1:13 to go. So now, if you're the Bears, you want to work shot clock for one thing. And you want to get a high percentage shot away. Get a good look. I'm thinking at this point that Geneseo is going to be looking inside, because that is where the Bears have gone in their most recent trips. And will that leave some space open on the outside for some of the Potsdam hot hands? We'll find out for sure. Again, a look at the SUNYAC scoreboard. In men's basketball, Brockport 87-64 at Plattsburgh with 5:44 to play. And still showing 109 to play second half. Portland with an 8-point lead at New Paltz. Portland starting today at 6-8 in league play. But with Austin Grunder and company really coming on strong down the stretch. 2 more games next weekend. Bears will finish on the road at Oneonta and New Paltz. Both men's and women's teams, of course. The women will be looking to hold on to a playoff berth. The Bears will be looking more than likely to really not only cement a playoff berth, but maybe, just maybe, get themselves up into a home playoff position. What a great pass. There's the little flush from Parker Kelly. Thank you very much, Tyrese Baptiste, for that assist. 75-66, Bears up 9. Run to the basket, picked off by Tyrese. What a terrific read by Mr. Baptiste. Bears into the front court. Mishan Johnson flies in and draws a foul. Boy, he went hard into Grabowski. Both those players being helped up off the floor. It's all good. 40.5 seconds left. 2 free throws coming for Mishan Johnson. With what looks to be the second personal foul on Michael Gannon. No, check that. That's got to be on Grabowski. No, I guess not. Mishan misses the first. Team fouls even at 8 apiece. Coach Jim Bechtel, who didn't get to coach the second half last night, much better with what he's seeing from his team here this afternoon. Mishan Johnson hits 1 of 2. With 40.5 seconds to go, Potsdam up by 10. That was a big make right there. Turns it into a 4-possession game. Here's Gannon. Give him the basket. That's fine. Give him the 2. Timeout, Geneseo, with 30.6 seconds to go. Best not to try to stop an inside basket with a foul for fear of giving up a potential 3-point play. It'll be Potsdam ball with 30.5 seconds to play, leading 76-68. Final in women's hockey, Plattsburgh 7, Potsdam 2. The Cardinals, second ranked in the country in Division 3, take the weekend pair from visiting Potsdam. And as we mentioned, what looks to be our final week of coverage here on Mix 96.1 for the regular season at least, has Potsdam women's hockey Tuesday night against Oswego, and then Sunday afternoon against Morrisville. That's what it's looking like right now. We'll confirm those in the days ahead. And with any luck, this Potsdam men's basketball team still in the hunt for a home playoff berth. Top 4 get home playoff games. Top 2 teams get a first round bye. And then teams 3 and 4 host teams 6 and 5 respectively, first rounders, on the Tuesday night after the final weekend. Winners on Tuesday head off to the SUNYAC semis later on in the week. Quick foul coming with 29.9 seconds left. That'll be team foul number 9 on Geneseo, incidentally. So Bears will be in the double bonus from here on out. Final 1-1 for Potsdam with Tyrese Baptiste at the line. And nothing but net. Tyrese, what a nice game he's having. I'm serious. He's just having an all-around terrific game. Baptiste now with 15 points, 12 rebounds. Just another day at the office for double-double number 0. Tyrese Baptiste hits them both. Bears back up by 10 with half a minute to play. Coach Jim Bechtel calling out the defensive assignments, trying to slow down the Knights. It's Dignan motoring his way all the way in, looks for an outlet, gets it. 4-shot, long range, knocked down by Michael Gannon. That'll be good for 2. That takes us down to 18.9 seconds to play. Let's get scoreboard fixed here, boys. 19.9. 78-70, there we go. Inbounded to the corner, and Eustis almost had the ball stolen away from him by Dignan, but Dignan will get the foul called. And so we'll walk to the other end now for double bonus time for the Bears. 18.2 on the clock. Potsdam 78 and Geneseo 70. Potsdam women fall earlier, 56-53. Battled back from a pretty sizable deficit. Couldn't quite get over the hump, but a real good effort by the women this afternoon in their 3-point loss. First of 2 is hit by Colton Eustis, and Dante Viskovich comes out of the lineup. Great kid. Good basketball player. And a great teammate all the way, you can tell. Colton Eustis hits them both. And the Bears in position by 10 with 15 seconds to go. Pull-up 3, altered out of bounds. They keep it alive. Time winding down. We'll stop it at 7.6 with an out-of-bound play to Geneseo. Colton Eustis with a chuckle down there now alongside St. Lucia and Michon Johnson. Dignan inbounds. There's a lean to the basket, miss. 1 second try is good with 3.4 seconds to go. Michael Gannon hits. The Bears are going to run it out here and run their way to another SUNYAC victory here with 2 games remaining. And what a nice bounce back after an emotional loss last night to Brockport. The Bears hold on here this afternoon to defeat the Geneseo Knights on the final of 80-62. Let's check some of the team numbers that evolved from this game. Geneseo 72 points on 28 of 67 shooting from the floor, good for 41.8%. The Bears 80 points. They went 27 of 56, 48.2. Where's the differential? They both hit 27 field goals at the free throw line by and large, and also on 3-pointers. Geneseo 8 for 29 on threes. The Bears hit 13 threes in 30 attempts. That's a real good percentage. That's over 43% on threes. Any team will take that any day. Free throws, Geneseo 8 for 12. The Bears went a healthy enough 13 out of 18. Bears out-rebound Geneseo 38-34. A 7-board advantage on the defensive glass, accounting for the differential. And Bears would have a largest lead of actually 22 points. That came late in the first half. Bears would go into the locker room up by 19. stretch it back out to 21 before Geneseo made a mini run in the middle part of that second half. The rest of the numbers pretty close. Steals, blocks, pretty similar. Terrific game, buddy. Terrific game indeed. Fouls, just about the same. No technical fouls in this game. And so that will take us to our individual numbers as soon as they're brought over to us here, which should be any moment now, I would think. And that gives us a chance to check around the league one more time and see if we can get a couple other finals as Potsdam defeats Geneseo 80-72. Final at New Paltz. Cortland knocks off New Paltz in New Paltz this afternoon by the score of 82-71. Brockport rolls it up at Plattsburgh 102-71. They lead with just 38 seconds remaining. And we do have Oswego picking up the win at Oneonta. So, is that true? Oswego defeat... Well, okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking the Oswego women who also won at Oneonta earlier. But this one, much more expected. Oswego with a 10-point win at Oneonta. So if we check out the standings here, on the men's side, Oswego with the win, 15-1. They were in first place. They're going to finish first anyway. But Oneonta with the loss now cannot get themselves into first place. They sit at 11-5. New Paltz. New Paltz with the loss. New Paltz with the loss drops to 10-6. Brockport will improve to 10-5. Geneseo falls to 8-8. The Bears improve to 9-7. And Cortland now improving to 7-8, with Buff State, Fredonia, and Plattsburgh having been eliminated from postseason consideration. It's going to be quite the weekend next weekend as the SUNYAC season plays itself out with two more games. Bears will finish on the road, as you know, at Oneonta and New Paltz Friday and Saturday. All right. Final numbers for the men's game. As we look at some individual tallies, Michael Gannon with a team-high 21 points and 8 rebounds to lead the Geneseo Knights. Followed up by Ethan St. Lucia with a gutsy performance. He finishes with 14 points and 7 rebounds. 8 apiece for Harrison Dignan and Cole Catan. Also, Ray Grabowski with 8 points to help pace the Knights. 4 from Tim Giblin off the bench. 3 points from Terrence Nichols, 5 from Jackson Gonseth, and a single point from Sebastian Pacheco. And the Potsdam Bears, what a game for Colton Hustis. If it's not his career high, it's got to be pretty close. 26 points to lead all scorers. Here are his numbers. He went 8 for 15 from the field overall. That's plus 50%. He hit more than 50% of his three-point attempts. He hit 6 threes on 6 of 11 shooting. Went 4 for 5 at the free throw line, incidentally. Added in 3 rebounds to boot. And finishes up with an assist as well. And 26 points to lead the Bears. The game high, awesome game from Colton Hustis. 17 points and 12 rebounds. Another double-double for Tyrese Baptiste. A 13-point game, a solid game, kind of almost playing in the shadows this afternoon, but Jeff Williamson, he knows how to get it done. 13 points for Williamson to go along with 5 rebounds. Ahamadou Silla, nice game off the bench. Perfect 3 for 3 from the field. He finishes with 7 points. And then it's 3 apiece for Mishan Johnson, Brian Pott, and Isaac Aduro Jr., and not to be outdone and not to be left off the sheet at all is Parker Kelly, who adds 8 points and 3 rebounds, and had some key rebounds, especially late in the game when he came back in off the bench. So the Bears take it by the final of 80-72, and Potsdam improves in the standings. Hang on for what promises to be a fantastic finish next weekend, as Bears will finish up on the road at Oneonta and New Paltz. Our plan right now is to finish up our in-season coverage with women's hockey Tuesday night against Oswego, 7 o'clock, and next Sunday afternoon, the 20th, against Morrisville at 2 o'clock, both games from the Maxi Arena. Again, we'll look to confirm those broadcast dates and times in the days ahead, but that's what it's looking like right now. And with any luck, maybe, just maybe, we'll get some home playoff basketball in with the Potsdam men's team. Women drop the early game 56-53, and the men take the nightcap and finish regular season basketball here at Maxey Hall on a high note. Tyrese Baptiste, Ahamadou Silla, Mishan Johnson, Brian Pott, Austin Dropkin, Reginald Smith Jr., Isaac Oduro Jr. Earlier contributions from Brandon Seeger Jr., plus Jeff Williamson, Parker Kelly, new kid Asan Nyang, who we didn't get a chance to see play, but the 6'6" freshman will no doubt be ready to lend his talents to the Bears next year. Caleb Lewis with some nice minutes off the bench this year. Colton Eustace with a huge game today to lead his team. Chris Becker and the lone senior, Dante Viskovich. Thanks to all you guys for a terrific season and lots of entertaining ball here. Headed up by Jim Bechtel with help from Danny Delso, Lowry, Justin Todd, and Eddie Cross. Bears take the regular season finale here at the Jerry Welsh Gym, 80-72. What a nice way to finish, and a nice way for us to go out here on this Saturday afternoon in February. Thank you so much to the crew here at the Jerry Welsh Gymnasium, the athletic communications staff led by Dan Bronson. Todd Truax back in the studios of Mix 96.1 in Messina, carrying us through this game, and for all who helped make this possible. Thanks so much for joining us for basketball weekend here at the Jerry Welsh Gymnasium. A couple more hockey games next week. Until then, enjoy everyone, and so long for now from SUNY Potsdam.